Hey, everybody. Good to see everyone in chat. Good to see these folks. We are here with the conclusion of the limited series run of Oracles of Dune, which is a Dune Adventures in the Imperium 2D20 game put out by Modiphius. It is awesome. 2D20 is one of my personal favorite rule sets because it's a little crunchy, but very narrative, and character choices matter. And this version of that rule set in particular is much more player forward, which I think we especially last session after folks in YouTube reminded us how to actually play it right, has turned out to be really cool too. So yeah, let us do the thing where we introduce ourselves and talk a little bit about the characters we're playing. And then after that, we'll give everyone in chat a little bit of a recap from the past couple of sessions and then dive into the story. This time, let's go with Hell.
Hi, I'm Hell Handsome Fury. I like to play very difficult games on Twitch and maintain a calm atmosphere where we like to learn stuff. So if you like fun facts and you like sharing fun facts with people, I think you would like it in my channel. And I am playing a character called Lucia Thal. I am a Bene Gesserit's sister, and I have been given a secret mission from a Reverend Mother to kind of stir up the Missionaria Productiva in this region on Arrakis. So they think that something might happen on Arrakis in the next couple years. And so I've been sent to quietly make ready the way for that. And then additionally, I am sort of the political advisor to this house. I've been helping the new leader deal with not knowing very much about politics. And my personal ambition is to one day become the lady of like a high house. I want to like basically jump classes and become a fancy lady.
You're already fancy, Tess.
Thank you.
Chev.
Hi, everybody. I'm Chev. You can usually find me hanging out in one of the channels of, one of the streamers that are part of the community. I also stream myself at my channel, at my username here on Twitch. And primarily, I am a Mahjong player, which is a card game that's kind of like Gin Rummy if you're not familiar with Mahjong itself. But my goal with those streams is to try and provide a chill environment for somebody to hang out where, I'm having a good time listening to music, playing a game. If you're looking for some place to, watch a cat cam, watch a card game, listen to some music, chat with some other people, and just have a quiet time, then my channel might be the place for you. And I would love it if you would stop on by. So I stream a couple times a week, and yeah, hope to see you around. I play in this game Oraban Striga, who is one of the kind of like associated with the spy area of the like he's not like super high up. He's one of the people that is the on the ground fixer for like interpersonal relationships, like worker conflicts and stuff. Like, he's not really not in the politics sphere, but more in the like, hey, how can we get these people to like not strike or something, like, make sure that work for the house is going smoothly. And his primary goal here is to help everybody else do what they need to do to try and figure out what is behind this threat to the house, and offer any help and resources that he can personally provide. But really, he's just here to help the others be as successful as they can.
Cool. Chavar, Rith.
Hi, I'm Rith. You can find me here and only here. This is my one foray into Twitch. But off camera, you can find me supporting these lovely folks sitting around me and the other members of the C+ content community. Supporting is a very broad term I like to use. Some of you know exactly what I'm talking about. But it's a great community, and I am proud to be here. And I am playing Tovar Holt. He is a little bit like Sir Davos Seaworth, kind of a ordinary man, smuggler, found his way in the service of a kind of a house. He grew up on Arrakis, found his way back here, not very happy about it. But he's going to use his skills, how he can to help the house, because he knows if he helps the house will help him, and eventually he'll be rich enough to retire and not have to care about any of this. So,
excellent. Yo, Duck.
Hey, I'm Duck. You can find me over on twitch.tv/duckmark. I run a D&D campaign in my own setting every Wednesday night. It's full of fairy tales, myth, a little bit of biblical horror sprinkled in. Rats.
More rats.
Sometimes more rats, true.
Even bigger rats.
Okay, yeah, that's also true. And sometimes rat mothers that are 20 feet long and look like one of those large pale maggots. All fun stuff. At Zero is a player in the campaign. Currently, I am coming down with the sickness. We'll see how long I last. And Rennick is looking to use his fancy blade for the first time in potentially years. So yeah.
Yes.
Not much else to say.
Swordmaster of Ganaz, who has recently recovered his sword and now is jonesing for a chance to stab someone with it. We'll see if we can make that happen. Yes. So, and also rats. And more rats, and so many rats. And apparently an ancient god of evil slipping into my DMs unexpectedly all the time. That's not cool.
You're the one who told them your true name.
Yeah, I gave him the address. I didn't think he was going to be like every 6 minutes. Like, hey, bro, what you doing? Let's see if I can make you not breathe. Anyway, yeah, it's fun. Hey, assuming that Duck feels well tomorrow, you can check out and see what we're talking about over at his channel. So, Dune. Universe full of secrets and plots that last 10,000 years and, surreptitious powers pulling the strings of galactic politics. It is big. It is epic. And these people are but bit players currently, being agents of a minor house, House Alaka. House Alaka is well known as the producer of a variety of agricultural goods. Some have healing properties, some are purely decorative. One of which, Alaka wood, in addition to being decorative, is the source of a couple of drugs. One of which is Samuta. And you guys make a bunch of money. Typically smuggling Samuta and trading it for spice. That is one of your sort of clandestine sources of income. And some stuff happened in our first episode, like an orbital strike, that caught the attention of the authorities and have made it more difficult to carry about your smuggling business. And so, yes, you have traveled to Arrakis to figure out what's up with that. So, who wants to give us a rundown of specifically what you have done and learned since arriving on Arrakis at the beginning of last session? And we can do it popcorn.
People here are more oppressed and poorer than expected.
Yep, that is true.
Someone else.
So we decided to bring our ornithopter to Dune, which was a choice. It means that we have means to get around kind of clandestinely if we want to, but it also means that we had to find a place to hide it or stash it, I guess, in easy use, because Tovar's safe house that's already on the planet does not have a convenient helipad. for us to keep it there. So our first mission was to find a place to stash our ornithopter.
Yes.
Does someone want to take up narration?
One of the difficult things about us being so new here on Arrakis, I mean, with the exception of Tovar, is that, we don't really have a lot of the connections and, like contacts and stuff that somebody who, say, was trying to hide an ornithopter who actually lived on this planet, like, might be able to rely on. So, we're having to throw around bribes. We're having to, make ourselves known as, like, representatives of the house, and, like, we kind of have to make a bigger splash than we might be comfortable with, like, in order to successfully hide this and make sure that, like, at least for now, news of our arrival and the presence of our secret ornithopter doesn't get around. We bribed the, owner of the scrapyard with some spice and some rare exotic goods from our home planet. And, for now, those are definitely going to, keep the silence. In the long run, word is going to get around. And so, it's one thing we're going to have to be aware of. But, we successfully got our ornithopter squared away. And then the next job was to decide where are we going to go next to try and get more information.
And where did you go next?
Next, we went to our contact Gurik, who's he's not a tailor himself, but he runs a clothing business. So he's kind of our contacts we had a little leverage on, so we thought we could either squeeze him out or just go to him directly and say, hey, deal with us or we're going to squeeze you out. And we were successful with the help of the house and the power of the house showing up and being there saying this is not some sort of shipping disruption in one of the space canals. This is a big deal. And he was all over it, but us coming to him, we convinced him that it was better to work with him and help us find a new way to really move the goods and get our spice flowing again.
Yes.
And then we were all just talking about what a dust bath is and what a bad dust bath is on Arrakis when Lady Lucia rejoined us.
Yes, because Lucia had gone off with the Weaver ladies to go fetch water and had something happen.
So when I went to go fetch water with them, I spoke to the water dipper. And something in my past, something in my training told me that I should address her as shutout, which literally means water dipper. In their ancient language, but it's also a term of like respect and endearment, which intrigued her because Outworlders don't normally know that word and don't normally show any kind of respect to water dippers. And I told her that I was very interested in the history and language and culture of this planet. And she told me that I should come by to speak with her later that evening, and that I should ask for someone by the name of Mapes, since that is her given name.
Yes. And then you return to your fellows, the kind of back garden of this tailor shop front for a smuggling operation, and picked up on something a little strange, right?
It was very disturbing. The scent that Bene Gesserit are all taught to detect and all taught to fear, the scent of a face dancer.
Yes.
Somewhere in the crowd. It dissipated too quickly for me to tell which direction it came from or who it was. But someone here is not what they seem.
Yes. And you have ruled out, obviously, the members of your team, any of the people that you can see. So, like, you can tell that Gurik, for example, is not a face dancer. Well, actually, no, he has left. So maybe you can't. But I think you were left with two logical conclusions. One is that one of the individuals with Guruk as he had come in to talk to Tabar and the rest was a face dancer, or there was a face dancer nearby, potentially just passing on the street, potentially in a location of hiding, spying on you. You don't know. And you had, I think, kind of worked through some hypotheses around, like, would they be here watching us? But no one knows we're here. And if they knew we were here, and if they're working for the Harkonnens we would be in a cell right now. So I think you limited the list of suspects down to an unknown third party, or just the Bene Tleilax, the makers of face dancers, and not quite sure which of those is a more horrifying prospect. But true to your training, you have not revealed what you sensed.
Nobody knows that the Bene Gesserit can do that.
Yes.
And I'm not going to be the one to betray that secret of the sisterhood.
But Rennick did pick up a moment's hesitation, just a tiny little crack in the mask. So it was maybe a little suspicious that something's going on. But we start with you all standing in the heat of the midday, I'm sure seeking shade, refreshing yourselves with some lovely spiced tea, or just water fresh from the well, deciding what you're going to do. As a refresh, Lucia obviously has the mission to make contact with people who you could influence or activate or in some ways manipulate with the Missionary Protectiva, which is a set of beliefs and sayings and effectively cultural programming that have been placed in worlds around the galaxy, designed to provide assistance and a means of gathering resources for any Bene Gesserit in danger, but also to pave the way for the Mahdi, the Savior, or the Kwisatz Haderach, who is currently 13 and living on Caladan, but no one knows that. You also have your primary mission of getting the trade of Samuta for spice back and running, which you have made progress toward. But the complicating factor is that in order to make the trade profitable, you're going to have to find an alternate source. And Guruk has hinted that there's a way to do this, but it's going to involve dealing directly with the Fremen. And the relationship there is somewhat tense because something went wrong with the shipment. Fremen died. Guruk's men died. One of his ships was destroyed. The only survivor, a man named Canis, has just left, in fact. He was here visiting with Guruk and shared just a tiny bit of information that it was an attack and it was an ambush. But he's not clear because he was gravely wounded and left for dead. So, what happens now? Oh, and also don't fall in the hands of the Harkonnens because they'll probably flay you alive. Or worse.
Or worse.
You do, lest we forget, have a contact, maybe. A distaff cousin of House Harkonnen is currently employed as historian. Lady Anuska, I think it is. Or was it Urena? I think it was Urena.
Urena.
Yeah, Sister Urena is a cousin of the Harkonnen family who works as a historian and archivist. Probably doesn't have, actually, is not directly involved in any of the important political or business dealings of House Harkonnen, but is a Bene Gesserit sister. So who knows what she might know, or whether she would be willing to assist you with that. Because you don't really know where her loyalties lie, except it's likely that her primary loyalty is to the sisterhood because she's a sister. Doesn't mean that she's going to help you, though.
No.
So, now what happens? Other than everyone sweating and looking forward to a dust bath.
It is very hot.
Well, Lucy is not sweating because Lucy can control that.
That's true.
So we have some information, but we can always use more. And before we get ourselves into deep and trying to figure out, what happened to that shipment, start talking to the people who are involved, who are supposed to, probably if we can talk to where the ship that was destroyed left from, see if there's any irregularities there with the workers and the berth. We could probably try and talk to the people who are going to receive the shipment as well. But before we start poking our nose in, right into the nest, it might be useful to get more information. But if we talk to the fortune teller that the notes from
Yes.
Akaz referenced, but we would probably have to ask around about that. I only had the vaguest information in the records about who that might be and if we can get information about them. There was also the Bene Gesserit that the records that we talked about, that maybe we could go talk to her. I'm worried that and Oraban looks over at the rest of the party. Would it be worth trying to disguise ourselves as a different house if we go talk to a known Harkonnen agent?
Would we know enough about house politics to make an easy answer for this? Like is it common that there are secret handshakes or the equivalent of verbiage? How easy do you think, or do we think that it would be to impersonate another house?
I think the difficulty that you would run into is that if you're talking to someone who is skilled at detecting subterfuge, like a Mentat or Bene Gesserit's sister, with the possible exception of Lucia, there's not a lot of chance. And just a random person showing, hi, I'm here from House XYZ. I'd like to see the Harkonnens is not going to be let in, because typically, it's very feudal. So think, certainly the kingdoms of England and France had lots of discourse and etc., but that was always planned and ceremonial. And if a subject of King Louis's court was going to England, there would be an entourage, and there would be letters, and there would be arrangements. It would be more of a state visit, and would often rest on an invitation that was heavily negotiated by the diplomats.
So us claiming to be someone uninvited would arouse more suspicion.
Okay.
We
potentially
might be able to split up and do it. I'm a sister. I could take someone as my bodyguard. It might get us in.
Well, and if specifically you're talking about speaking with the sister, I think you could be creative about leveraging what you know about how the sisterhood operates. It is almost certain. I mean, she's kind of off in a corner by herself. She may be being watched, but she clearly is in contact with the sisterhood. So it wouldn't be beyond the realms of possibility for a sister to drop by. So that would simply be a matter of maybe not leaving a trail as to exactly which house you're affiliated with, which is perhaps less difficult than pretending, picking a house and trying to accurately and non-problematically represent yourselves as belonging to that house. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, y'all could just be my entourage, essentially. I'm a sister. I have some people with me because
It would
I
not be
don't
much of a
want to
stretch.
travel alone.
Yeah. I mean, you are. I mean, we're all of like roughly equal rank and stuff, but I feel like you are probably the closest role to the actual, like, you know, you're the principal advisor to the actual head of the house. So you do, where Lucia does kind of outrank the rest of us, I guess.
Well, I'm just trying to keep it like away from our house politics as much as possible. I don't want to reveal that we're our house
Yeah,
because
she
I
could
think that
she could just claim to be a Bene Gesserit envoy.
yeah.
Like that's
The Bene Gesserit Sisterhood wants to know more about the Missionaria Protectiva here.
Sure.
Our records aren't as good as what might be present on Arrakis itself.
Yes.
So,
Which is if you come up with a true sayer, you can certainly say that because it's kind of true. You just don't want to tell it because no one else knows that the missionary productivity exists because everyone's been subjected to it for 10,000 years.
yeah, I'm not going to talk
So
about that in front of the
when
others.
when you're a massive multi-generation organization based on shadow brokerage and basically eugenics, you tend to not let everyone know what you're doing.
Look, we have our secrets. It's the feminine mystique. Don't worry about it. It's fine.
Right. How about this? Why don't you figure out how much you like? I'd like you to roll to see what kind of plan you can formulate and what kind of information. So as you're talking this out, I'd like someone to take the lead and kind of synthesize the information, which will give me an opportunity to provide you with some details and also potentially earn you guys some momentum that you might need.
Mm-hmm.
It would be useful.
So who would be the best? I mean, you could make a case for many of us being the best one to take on that, to be like the coordinator for this phase.
Well,
but
Lucia has like alternative motives. She's not as focused on what the house's goal is right now.
that's true.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure that she's your girl. Like, I mean, she'll do what y'all tell her,
Mm-hmm.
basically.
and like stats wise, I am not the right choice for this role.
Well, so let's put it this way. Based on your drives and your drive statements, who was most motivated? So for those in chat, there are stats. Basically, you've got drives and skills, and every time you're rolling in a challenge, you've got to add those two together and try to roll under. You'll see that when we get to rolling, but drives are associated with statements, especially your strong drives, as a way of contextualizing what it is you're trying to achieve or why that is an important drive for you. And skills have focuses basically, or specializations. Like, I'm good at fighting, but I'm really, really good at stabbing people with knives or shooting people with guns, for example. So looking down the line, I mean, we could say that Orabon's relationship to the truth is potentially a powerful drive. We could also say that Lucia's desire to uncover secrets, to do what needs to be done, maybe even understanding of house politics. Whereas, Orabon, this is technically infiltration. So, I mean, Tavar could just be like, I don't know, we just walk in there. I'm see if we get away with it, right? Because one of your strongest drives is
It depends on what we're doing.
Yeah, get away with things and be clever. So
justice is what you can get away with.
Yep.
Because like if we're going straight forward, I would argue discipline duty for me, because I serve at the pleasure of the house, like that as an envoy of whatever.
All of which is to say, it's more of it's half a mechanical choice and half a narrative choice. And in this case, especially with this system, I would lean on the narrative choice. Which one just makes more sense?
I feel like right at this stage, what we're really looking for is, like, we've kind of got our bases covered as far as like our stuff is hidden. We have a base of operations. We've made.
You think you
contact
do? You
with
haven't
people.
visited it yet. It might have been torn down.
That's true.
Yes.
We think we have a base.
Think we do. We have we've made contact with the people who are our like drug trade contacts, and now what we're going a bit more not complicated, but it's a different realm almost than that. Like we're going into the realm of like not attracting the attention of like the house that rules this city, and that's different from attracting the wrong attention from the criminal underbelly of the city.
Yep.
Even though you can split hairs on that. And so I feel like this is getting into not so much Tovar's territory. I think probably this might be an Orobon role, because it's getting into like it's not straight up like inter-house politics, like high level negotiations and slights and things like that, but it is about the intersection between regular people and house interests. And so this could be an Orobon task.
Sure.
I agree with that. I think that Lucia's grasp on politics is like all that like silly little infighting, and this person gave me a lily and that means they hate me forever.
Yeah.
Kind of deal.
It's a down payment on the wreath for your funeral. Yeah.
What?
It's a down payment on the wreath for your funeral.
Exactly. Yeah.
So this would not be an infiltration, is that correct? This is more of like an espionage thing, like trying to like manage our operation here.
My tendency would be to think of it as an infiltration, because you're trying to get in somewhere unnoticed undercover without causing a lot of hoo-ha.
Okay. In that case, I think that truth discipline, so that's a combined roll of 12 with my skill focus applying. So I would have to roll on a 2d20, 12 or under, with 1 to 6 being my crit range.
Correct.
Okay.
Now,
We also have a major boon.
we have a major boon.
From Cat Daddy Boone.
Oh, yeah, Daddy Boone. I like that.
Okay. Cool. So let's go here.
Oh, I'm gonna show the dice.
Two.
Oh, you started that out
no,
on
you got-
1 and 20.
Yeah.
I was like
I was gonna say.
concerned.
10 and 18. So
So-
one success.
So that's one success.
And Ruby.
Well,
And Ruby.
and Ruby.
Ruby said hi.
However, difficulty 0. This is basically just figuring out what you can figure out. So that will earn you a momentum that you may wish to spend, and I will tell you what you get for free.
Okay.
And that is that there are all sorts of more or less legitimate reasons to study Arrakis, to be curious about its history. That a visiting scholar might bore people to tears, right? So like guards and stuff might find it more of an annoyance than something super. I mean, they're going to be super suspicious regardless, but just based on your understanding of personalities and the proclivities of House Harkonnen and who they hire, being the persona one might want to adopt is perhaps a slightly scattered professorial, curious about, drought tolerant plants and, or some obscure, you're writing a book about some obscure emperor from 1,000 years ago and just looking to see what kind of records there are and covering any breaches of protocol or security with just like, I'm just an academic. Could be, I think from your perspective, Orobon, could be a viable cover. You do, however, have a momentum that could be spent on gathering more information.
Yes.
I'm not suggesting that you should, but you could.
Well, I should be keeping track of that, like I've done.
That was our first of this session, correct?
Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
All right, Doc, if you need a night off because you're not feeling it,
I think I can manage.
okay.
Cool.
Yeah, just needed to remember that I needed to.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what a question, because that's, I believe, one question per.
Yep. What per momentum?
Okay,
Yeah.
1 point per question.
Unless you have a talent that modifies that. But yes,
I do not have a talent that
in
modifies
general.
that.
So yes, you may spend that 1 momentum immediately to ask another question that is more or less directly relevant to the role. I mean, it doesn't have to be like super direct, but it can't be completely irrelevant.
Yeah, I think I'm going to save the momentum.
Okay,
Let's build it up.
cool. Reminder, it does go away at the end of each scene.
Oh,
So-
that's right.
so-
It gets subtracted by 1.
Well, yeah, one
At the end of each
goes
scene.
away at the end of each scene.
yeah.
Which
In
doesn't
that
mean
case, then I will use it.
okay.
I'm just trying to think of questions that would be useful. Have I been able? Here's a question. Here's the question. Then I'll put this to the party that I'm thinking of asking. So given, I assume that we have we talk this out, we figure out, based on Lucia's knowledge and my knowledge that, like, the strategy that the approach that you outlined of, if we try and pretend to be an academic, we don't necessarily have to hide our house affiliation, but we don't have to flaunt it, that we could be. I had the idea while you were talking of we could be like, somebody interested in the local climate because we're curious about whether, we could have, like, how well could the plants that our house grows, like, could we try and cut out some of the middleman of all the guild fees and stuff if we grow it locally, like, something like that. So I was thinking is if, given our talking about it, our investigation over the time that we've been here, if we were aware of any other houses that have similar kind of, like, is anybody else on fact-finding, information-seeking missions that are seeking out the help of ancillary, non-important, like, Harkonnen figures or something? Like, is there anything else that we could try and model such an approach on to be more successful?
I'll interpret that broadly to say you're probably best off taking a business angle than trying to manufacture or pretend to be representatives directly of a house. I mean, everyone owes fealty to someone, right? But for the typical person, it's a matter of taxation and protection. A relative few are actual agents of a house, the way that you guys are. So I think your instinct would tell you, I would even say 2 things. One, your instinct would tell you that being interested in such things from a business perspective would be easier to pass off. And the second thing is walking around with a big entourage is going to be a problem. The more you think about this, now it wouldn't be necessarily completely unusual for a very wealthy merchant to have some significant entourage, but that would be protecting goods and possessions. It could be, you think, maybe raise some suspicion if you walk in with an army. Perhaps a wife who's a Bene Gesserit?
So if Oraban and Lucia went, and so I'm thinking of, like, if we limited it maybe to 2 people, then that would probably, be more safer than sending just one person in alone. But it's probably not going to attract too much attention. The question there is, how do we split the party up here? That's what I'm not sure about.
Well, Lucia needs to speak to the sister anyway. That's why
I
That's
do.
true.
Yeah. And
I was
Orban.
thinking to go with the Rude
So that makes like a pretty easy split there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, Orban knows that Lucia is very interested in speaking to the sister, since the information that the sister exists came from Lucia. So it seems like a logical split. And the more you think about it, and this is conversation, but there's some reconnoitering to do with regard to what's going on at the Oasis, what's up with this fortune teller, what's the word on the street. A lot of the workers who mine the sand or gather the sand, both legally and illegally, tend to hang out in the Samuda dens like the Oasis. So it seems like there's a logical, perhaps, and this is just, I'm saying, first blush, what the information at hand tells you. I'm not telling you that's what you need to do as the GM. I'm just saying this is what the information at hand would suggest to Orban.
Okay.
And Rennick might have a little bit of a what's the word, the vendetta or whatever against people you might meet in a Canley against House Harkonnen.
Maybe.
Or at least people House Harkonnen might employ.
Yes.
So if
you
wanna
might
play
want
it
to
safe,
stab them in the face.
Yeah.
It's true.
Yeah.
It's true, because they destroyed your planet and your house.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
They were jerks.
They were jerk faces.
Yep. So
Harkonnen
yeah, so
is
while-
a jerk face.
So while Rennick wants to go, he knows that, for the sake of the mission, it's probably not the best idea.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Cool. And you can't go hanging out in the underbelly, the criminal underbelly, without Tavar. So
Exactly.
cool.
You
Awesome.
get bounced.
All right. So
We split the party. This is safe.
it is
Always a good idea. Always a good idea.
in this type of game, the conventional, especially as over time, the way that the game is built over time, as it becomes much more kind of political and you're maneuvering things around behind the scenes, it's it may be a very good strategy. I mean, unless you're beset upon by an army of Malapista wielding goons, in which case you're probably all going to die anyway, so it's fine.
I got a
Before
shield.
they encounter the face
It's true.
dancer.
I got a shield.
That's
I
the
survived.
that's
'Cause
the
I
real
didn't tell them.
problem. Yeah, but you can't tell them about that risk, so it's fine.
I can't tell you. I'm sorry. I wish I could.
Yes, I mean you could. We'll
I
see.
hell wish I could tell you. Lucia would never tell you.
Yes.
Could make something up.
Yeah, you saw them mid shift.
No, or something even more general, like the Bene Gesserit has a list of potential fugitives or dangerous people.
Yep. But then how would I tell you what they
You-
look like? Or
Yeah.
right? You would be like,
recognize-
of course. How did you recognize this person? And I'd be like,
And which one was it? Don't know. Yeah. But
yeah. No, there's
But
no way to
it's a
tell
good-
you.
it's-
And
a good point.
Strange magicery.
yes.
I'm sick.
We would probably believe you if you said something like that.
I mean, I could probably just be like, there was a bad vibe, guys.
Yeah. And then make them all much more suspicious of you. So,
Yeah,
I mean, these
I
people
know.
work together, but I mean, everyone is super suspicious of Bene Gesserit for good reason, as we've established.
All of you have called me a witch. Just some of you haven't done it to my face.
One of them hasn't done it to your face.
Every day.
Yeah. All right.
So I was too afraid.
So you have a number of potential forks in your path. there is the matter of the safe house. Understanding A, is it intact? And sussing out the situation there, because at some point you're going to have to, I mean, it's midday now, but it's going to get dark and you're eventually going to have to sleep. You have the Oasis to check out and see if you can gather any more information about what's actually happening. And you have the sister archivist that you have at least the initial formulation of a plan to see surreptitiously and see if she has any additional information and can offer any aid to you in your endeavors. What happens next?
Scene change.
But to which? To what scene?
So Var suggests Rennick and he check out the safe house.
Okay.
Before we do anything else, because then we have at least a point to fall back to. And it's been a while since Tovar's been here, so it could be not a safe house anymore, in which case we're on the run, but yeah.
Cool.
Okay.
I don't think Fenrir would appreciate us barging into his salvage yard, you know, with Harkonnen guards hot on our tail. So yeah, I agree. I think having a safe house that we could get back to before we go poking around in unsavory or dangerous areas, I think that would be wise.
So do you all go?
I thought this was the split the party kind of thing. You know, just
okay.
I mean, you
we
can't both be. Well, you could. The information that Orban, or the supposition that Orban has, is that if you all show up to speak with the sister, that's going to be a problem. But so that needs to be limited. But it doesn't preclude you all from going together to check out the safe house and then splitting from there. Yeah. Or you guys can go off and pursue making contact with the sister independently. You tell me what happens. Who goes where?
So Tovar and Rennick, how is it better to go investigate the safe house with a large team or a small one? Is it strength in numbers, or would all of us going to the safe house be too much attention?
Less attention is good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Less attention is probably better because it's like an abandoned house most of the time.
Yeah.
It's a normal house in a normal slum neighborhood that people can, you know, we know the guard paths, or knew the guard paths, and knew the neighbors to not turn us in.
Alrighty.
Okay. So if you went to go visit the safe house, how much? I mean, you would probably need at least a couple hours to do it safely, I would imagine. Then if we set out a bit after you leave to go see one of the other targets, then by the time we're done there, I assume that even if things aren't exactly smooth with the safe house, then you both are capable men. You probably will have taken care of it by then.
Hopefully. Yeah.
And then perhaps you could all meet up, because there's nothing preventing a large group of you from going to the Oasis. Cool.
Yeah.
All right.
How about yeah? We regardless, we meet up at the Oasis.
Okay.
Okay.
Good fallback.
That's a good plan.
Public.
Yep. Good. All right. So, Tavar and Rennick. I mean, you know exactly where you're going, Tavar. So are we simply skipping the scene ahead, and you guys are arriving in the neighborhood? Or is there anything that you would need to or like to do in preparation?
Var would think about a smuggler contact in the neighborhood. You know, it might just be a friendly merchant, or the corner, basically somebody who just doesn't care, as long as they're friendly, they keep the crime out, they whatever. If if you do certain things in this neighborhood, I don't care if it doesn't affect me or if it benefits me. Kind of one of those kind of a contact.
Yep.
Where it's a business relationship, and they come out on the good of it too.
Yep. There's a peddler in the neighborhood that you're familiar with, and you know that they're not necessarily on anyone's payroll, but they maintain good standing with a variety of different organizations, and they are certainly capable of providing information for money. And as such are motivated to not be, I mean, they're shady, but they're motivated to provide value for the dollar. Or in this case, water
Try
token.
and be as vanilla and appealing as possible.
Yes. All right. Cool. Same question for Lucy and Orban. Are you simply going to make your way to the archives / museum and play it by ear when you get there? Or are there any preparations that you would like to make?
Looking at ourselves with a critical eye, do we think that we could pass muster as a merchant and his wife? Or do we need a change of costume? Because she's likely to notice every detail about us.
Yes. The sister will know that you are a Bene Gesserit the moment she sees you and will suss out all sorts of information about Orban. Even more observant people will recognize you as off-worlders, just based on everything about you. So you could in theory, but you as you kind of separate yourself from what you know and kind of look with that dispassionate eye, you look like people who were planning to come to Arrakis and to not stand out too much, which is reasonable.
Okay.
You don't look like don't look like assassins or spies.
Yeah.
I mean, you could dress Orban up in something very colorful and frilly and play it to play up the kind of ridiculous nature. But there might not be a payoff on attracting more attention than you don't need to.
Okay. I just wanted to make sure that we were kind of fitting the cover story. We didn't look like far outside of it.
Yeah.
Outlandish.
Yeah. And I'm not going to trick you with, haha, you didn't go change clothes and now it all falls apart. Your characters are very skilled and sensible. So you would probably know these things. It's really, I think it's just a choice of whether you wish to go in and effectively surprise her, or if you wish to try to make contact in advance.
What do you think, Orban?
Well, she'll probably see right through, if I tried to, pretend to be something I'm not, she probably would see it immediately. And I don't know if that would be more suspicious to, a Bene Gesserit and a house functionary show up and they are obviously lying about their purposes. It might be better to tell the truth in a bit. I mean, I could spend some time and, come up with, legitimate inquiries that our house could have been maybe, looking for on a mission like ours. And then we're not even necessarily lying.
I don't think we should reveal that we're from our house, though. So I think that it has to be something that we're genuinely interested in, but is not specific to our house. Because we don't know that. I mean, she's somewhat estranged from the Harkonnen, but we don't know that she won't turn us in immediately.
Do we remember what she is a historian of, by the way? Or do we just know that she is a historian?
It's very generic. She basically has been given a library and told to go keep it as a way of keeping her out of the way. but it is almost certainly records of the many, many centuries that the Harkonnens have ruled Arrakis. Probably also some history. By history, I mean propaganda about House Harkonnen as well.
Yeah.
Maybe we could just not even say, yeah, I think you're right. We shouldn't say what house we're from. We could say that we're looking for something like historical population records or something. Market survey, market research kind of information. In which case, I'm thinking maybe, like if I just kind of try and be a dour, no nonsense business person here on a fact finding research trip or something, maybe that could be the tone that I try to strike.
Well, I mean, my advice whenever you're trying to pass muster with a sister is generally to just tell the truth as much as possible, because they will know what is a lie. So
Yes, they
be
do
as
that.
interested as you can in the thing that you ask about. I, for instance, am going to ask about religion and culture. It might throw her off our scent a little.
Okay.
Sure. So you are planning on walking in to an unprepared situation.
Yeah, I mean, I could send her a calling card or something, but that also could lead to an ambush.
Sure. So you've weighed
There
your
aren't many
options.
lilies on Arrakis.
Right. You have weighed your options and have decided you're going to go and kind of just show up and see how it falls from there. All right. Cool. So cutting back, and we'll run these as the same scene basically, so I don't cut you guys off from sources of momentum. That does mean that you can spend momentum back and forth between these two locations, but they're happening contemporaneously. So Tavar and Rennick make your way not that far away to the kind of maybe sort of lower middle classish. I mean, there aren't many laborers' homes in this neighborhood. These are typically business people. But it's not so nice that you have to worry about people who are directly employed in positions of power and influence with the Harkonnens. There might be some housekeepers or other things that would live in a neighborhood like this, but in terms of like people who are from off-world and therefore would be potentially greatly loyal to that house are not likely to hang out in this area because it's not nice enough. And you in fact see a peddler. He's got a spice fiber rug laid out in the shade, kind of near an alley, and has a variety of just kind of trinkets. Little bits of wind carved wood, shiny rocks, like basically anything that he thinks someone might want to buy. Doesn't look like he sees a lot of business, frankly. Dark cloak pulled up, age-weathered hands. What do you do?
Does Tovar recognize the peddler?
Yeah.
Is this Skwazik?
Yes.
Skwazik the peddler. All right. He motions to Rennick. You need a trinket. Come on.
Sure. Been in the market for another souvenir.
Mm-hmm. So Tovar's gonna try and use his communicate listening skill to kind of just I'm not sure what other one to pair with it, but at least that aspect, just to kind of get the lay of the neighborhood and the what's going on, how are things. This has been a little while, so I think maybe Truth, maybe?
Could
I
be.
would say truth or justice might be probably a bit too.
I think truth.
Uh,
Yeah, truth
yeah.
more than justice.
So truth, communicate with the listening focus of, asking some questions, some general, but just really trying to. I mean, he's had some distant contact with this person, so just kind of listening through the lines and seeing what he can kind of put together with what he already knows from the neighborhood.
All right. It sounds like you're setting it up so Rennick is going to approach and engage in a little bit of conversation about the trinkets. And then that gives you an opportunity to kind of observe and at least get an initial sense of whether this person is being hinky.
Yeah, that sounds good. Good.
Cool.
Okay.
Well, first of all, Rennick, what do you do?
Is there like a obviously fake or replica like Chris knife or something like a iconography of something like I'm looking for a knickknack, a trinket or something that.
Oh, like
that
a tourist.
Yeah.
Let's see. Sure. There is.
One of those jars full of colored sand, because
Right. Well, it's a candle that has different layers, different colors of sand in it. Actually, yes, there is in fact it is an oil lamp that is very gaudy, and it doesn't say made in Arrakis on it, but it has somewhat poorly executed sandworms. Poorly executed in the sense that you've seen Thopter footage of them. So very stylized, not remotely scientifically accurate, and naive in their artistry. It is definitely touristy. It's probably too small to serve as a viable source of light for an actual home. So yeah, if you look at the other things, that's probably the most knick-knacky kind of thing that you can see.
Yeah. But pardon me. I've just been stationed here, and I'm looking for a little something to spruce up my home. That lamp caught my eye.
I am curious the sort of impression that Rennick makes on this suspicious man.
Me too.
And that may affect Tovar's ability to get any sense of what's going on.
Yeah. Is that like a roll, or do I just describe? Okay.
Yeah.
So, well, right off the bat, I'm thinking discipline, composure. I've got to focus and composure. So, I think that's got to be the flavor. But as for drive, I honestly have no idea. What do you all think? For like purchasing a knickknack.
Well, and doing it in such a way that potentially leaves an opening or communicates the right.
Tovar,
the pleasure of the house.
Tovar,
I agree with
how would you want me to?
I don't think this is like this is more how Rennick executes. It's not so much because Tovar is kind of throwing you up there just to be. You're gonna be an interested customer, and he's gonna kind of listen and maybe throw in some small talk here and there, but really he's just trying to observe and pick up subtleties. And so I think this is kind of what Rennick would do, and I agree with what Hell said, that duty would probably just jump up, whether Rennick wanted to or not. That's what's going to drive. It's
his highest drive, so it does make sense that would be what comes through.
Sure.
For sure.
And even then, like in the conversation I had a little bit, I mentioned that I was stationed here, which is like duty.
Yep.
Okay, so
and you are. What is the narrative outcome that you're looking for? That'll help me set
a decent price on this oil lamp.
Oh, okay. Okay, cool.
Like I don't have any overtones. I'm not. He told me to go up there, talk to this guy, purchase
Buy the
something.
thing, and you're like, okay, I'm
Buy
gonna
the-
go try to buy the thing. Okay, cool. Okay,
Gonna do
cool.
that.
It's going to
Trying to
be
be as
just difficulty 1.
so that's
Oh no.
no. I haven't rolled yet.
Yeah.
Oh,
I have
okay.
not rolled
That
yet.
was okay.
Buy the thing. Buy the thing.
Okay, so threshold is 14, and crit on 6-.
Yes. Ooh. So
a
yes.
crit and a success.
Lovely. So
Right.
that's a total of 3 momentum, which nets you 2 that you can use or bank. Tell me what happens as a result of your success.
I am not suspicious. Like he buys the story that I'm just like a soldier or a bodyguard or something to like that's like begrudging on Arrakis, like trying to ingratiate myself with the locals.
Yeah.
And in doing so, he lets his guard down. Like he doesn't try to put on an air of like suspicion.
Distrusting the outsider.
Yeah, so like Tovar can get a good read. So I'm gonna bank that momentum.
Cool. So yes, he will.
I would before you bank it, I would just say it would probably be a worthy time to ask a question.
Yeah, and we don't have
If you
to.
want
We
to
don't.
bank it.
You don't have
I
to make that.
understand,
You don't have to make that decision until after the action passes
Right.
from you. So
Yeah.
okay. Yes. The merchant looks askance at you because you are clearly a military man, and you did mention being stationed there. But he looks askance at you because you get the sense he's looking for Harkonnen iconography or anything, and can tell from the way you're dressed, and frankly from the way that you're behaving that you're not, or he draws the conclusion that you aren't allied to that house. And so you see a moment of tension and suspicion, and then relax as he assesses that you are here for some other reason, and probably then a little bit of curiosity as to what that reason might be. And then probably a little bit of, I should probably be less curious about this unless there's a way I can make more money out of it. So he offers you a very reasonable price, just like one of the smallest water chips for the lamp. And then kind of leans forward, kind of puts his hands over the rest of his things, like, new to the planet.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's all sorts of interesting things I can offer you other than these trinkets.
Maybe. Nothing comes to
Do you
mind.
need a
right now.
guide? You're in an interesting neighborhood for an off-worlder.
Yeah.
Information?
Just-
Recommendations of places to stay and eat?
I mean, all that stuff's already sorted for me. I decided I'd just wander the streets, see what happens.
Well, friend, that can get you in trouble in Arakeen if you're not careful.
Yeah.
But you look like you can take care of yourself.
Yeah. Rennick says, I'm aware. And he his presence shifts to a more intimidating, like, that's enough. Like, I can take care of myself.
Got it.
Kind of thing. Oops.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So, Tavar, you are observing all this, listening in, and I'm shorthanding the conversation, but there's a good, the man seems interested. He, thinks he probably heard the jingling of additional tokens when Rennick paid. And so, what is it that you pick up on when you're listening?
The interesting neighborhood part.
Make that roll.
Definitely. Yeah. That's exactly. I am gonna. Well, first, what is the difficulty?
The difficulty on this one is going to be 2.
Okay, I'm gonna use one of those momentums.
Yeah, I
you
banked that
banked.
momentum specifically for
Yep.
your roll.
Okay, so I'm rolling 3.
And you are using truth communication, right?
Yes, truth communicates. And it is a focus.
Yep.
So 7 or less. Yep. So we've got an 11, 11, and a 2. So my target number is a 13. So that is 4 successes.
Which nets you 2. So you are currently holding 2.
Yep.
And it is successful. So what you pick up in listening is he's not, especially after Rennick's demeanor changes, it's not that he's necessarily like directly where he probably doesn't care if Rennick gets stabbed and his body is broken down for its water, right? Because it's just some mark on the street. But you do get the sense that he is wary, but not necessarily about you two. Like he seems on guard. He's not revealing exactly what, but he I would say it seems that he is aware of more threats than he is directly communicating, and he's not directly communicating a lot. So take that with a grain of salt.
So Tovar has a skill of subtle words, which says when you attempt a communicate test and you buy 1 or more dice with momentum, create a new trait for free upon the character you have spoken to, which reflects your influence on their thoughts or mood.
Sure.
So before anything happens with that momentum, Tovar is going to the trait will be F the Harkonnens.
Okay.
Because it's pretty clear he's not a Harkonnen. I'm not a Harkonnen.
Yeah.
So, he's going to kind of come in and really use one of the momentum to try and gather some more information. And basically, are the Harkonnens the main reason that this neighborhood is no longer safe? Or is it something that, is it somebody that they pushed into this neighborhood? That's why it's no longer kind of safe.
So, yeah, you've kind of hung back and then you step forward and maybe even pull back your cloak or scarf a little bit so we can see a somewhat familiar face. And you do see that moment of recognition and engage in, well, you tell me what happens. Narrate your success, and then I'll tell you what you find out.
Success. So he definitely sees a sense of, he might not recognize the face, but it's not a straight off-worlder.
Yeah.
And he'll even let his guard down a little bit more and just kind of talk about the goings on in the neighborhood and how the Harkonnen, one of their control aspects is they shift. They like to push the groups that don't really, well, nobody really likes them, but the groups that actively clash against them, they like to push them around. So they'll only focus on them in a certain neighborhood, and then after a while, they'll only focus on them in another neighborhood to really keep them kind of on the move. And so that has affected this neighborhood somehow.
Yes. And in kind of subtle passing the day kind of language, you get the information from him that, first of all, he does hate the Harkonnens, which is, so does everyone. But for whatever reason, his feelings for them are strong enough that he's willing to kind of open up and provide a little bit of additional information without asking you to pay for it. The streets have been flooded with drugs. Specifically, Samuta.
There's our shipment.
Which has
There's someone, yeah.
which has caused problems. Because it can be very disruptive, and you've got kids and families getting on it and stuff like that. And although the people who are actively using Samuta are not remotely violent, they just sit in a Samuta den, listen to music, and zen out. It does make them easy prey for others. So there have been an increase in opportunistic attacks. It's like, and he's conveying this by like, don't sit still too long or look too happy, or you're going to find a knife between your ribs. Because it seems like everybody, half the people here are on Samuta. It's gotten a lot worse in just the past couple of weeks. Which is interesting since you haven't been able to deliver.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So
and our last shipment got attacked.
Vaporized.
Vaporized,
yeah.
potentially.
If he has any sort of, I don't know if there are such a thing, but Arakian comfort food, just like a bag of chips or something.
Spice cakes.
That's,
ice cream sandwich.
Spice cakes. Yeah.
Right.
Something that it's just like the best of the worst.
Blue raspberry Slurpee. Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Talar will purchase that at a fair rate.
Sure.
Just like, all right.
They're a little stale, a little crispy, crunchy, but that's fine. You've had worse.
Mm-hmm.
And then he kind of acknowledges, like maybe he didn't recognize you exactly at first, but just through conversation, you realize at the end of the conversation that he does recognize you. When you pay him for the spice cakes, he will, as an extra bonus, let you know that no one's been in the safe house. He'll just say something along the lines of, yeah, well, you've got those abandoned houses, and any day now one of those is gonna turn into a Samuta den, but it hasn't happened yet. Just as a kind of coded way of letting, because he's still not quite so sure about Rennick and why you're together.
Yeah.
But has decided being not curious is probably the best. But does give you the indication that, at least from what he knows, your safe house hasn't been taken over by anyone. And you paid a bunch of money and bribes to keep people out of it, but you never know.
Yeah.
For record-keeping purposes, did you spend momentum?
I spent one.
Momentum.
Questions. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
So total of 2 now.
Good.
Yes. Banked one. So.
All right. So let's say that you leave the peddler and then make your way to the door of your safe house. Are you attempting anything to prevent that from being obvious, or are you just going to walk over there and, thumb open the lock and go? You've been standing on the street now for probably 5 minutes, so up to you. You probably have a surreptitious entrance. You probably have a secret entrance around the side, so you could do that too.
He's not going to tell Rennick to kick down the front door, but basically not overtly hide himself. But since the information is that the neighborhood's a little shifty, but the safe house is still safe as they are, he's gonna just kind of go use the back of the side entrance.
Okay. So narratively, you don't take the front door, you just take the side door. But so anyone passing on the street, it's not going to cause any, or like the neighbors aren't necessarily going to notice. Okay, cool. All right. So you make your way into a very dusty, musty, dry, Spartan safe house. Dirty socks everywhere. And do your typical routine of checking to make sure that everything is okay. We'll come back and see if everything's okay. So, Lucian Orban. It is, I mean, everything here is walking, basically. So you are making your way. The library is ostensibly open to the public. However, no one from the public goes there, and it is guarded. So you approach what appears to be think of it as like a low kind of truncated pyramid. So the walls slope in a bit. It is like many of the structures here in Arcane, fairly monolithic. But because it is technically, direct property of House Harkonnen, it is made of plascrete, not adobe or whatever. Very, very thick walls. I mean, the area between the distance between the outer shell and the actual doors is probably 10 feet of just solid plascrete. And there are 2 guards. They were sort of lounging in the shade of this kind of entryway opening, but as soon as they detect a deviation in the traffic pattern of people just kind of walking back and forth with their wares or going wherever they need to go, as soon as they see 2 people, particularly 2 obvious outlanders, moving directly towards the archive, one of them notices and nudges the other one, and they perk up and step back out to attention on either side of this entryway. What do you do?
Do they seem especially do they seem like they are like normal guards who are surprised by unusual things, or are they like on the lookout for someone coming by here specifically? Like, I guess what I'm trying to say is do I get a sense that they are like any more, wary of us than like any pair of guards with an unexpected visitor?
You're looking for an insight check, basically.
Yeah.
Got it. All right. Well, how are you going to figure that out?
I am going to I'm going to hail them, and I'm going to say just introduce myself, just like, hey, hello. And I'm, I probably had like a map in my pocket or something that I pulled out, and and I would imagine that, in preparation for this, I probably have like a satchel with some papers or something. So like, it's kind of stuffed and anyway. So I pull out a map and I'm like, is this the library? Are we allowed to go in?
Well, so what role do you think that is? To see how convincing you are.
A truth.
Convincing and like the vibe that you pick up of them. It's more their reaction to your hailing that you're trying to read, I think.
Yeah, I think it would probably be an understand truth.
Yeah, makes perfect sense to me.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that works.
And I think that my physical empathy skill would probably apply here, because it's, it's not necessarily like what they're saying really, but more about like, I'm trying to figure out like your body language and like whether you're like, how surprised and wary are you and alert are you as a guard?
Trying to suss out the vibe.
Sure. Why not?
I'm doing a vibe check.
Let's see. I am going to impose the Major Bane.
Okay.
To increase the difficulty of this roll to 3.
You do have 2 momentum.
Yes.
And you do have 2 momentum.
I do have 2 momentum.
You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you.
Who's them?
I shall. I'm trying to decide how many to use.
Well,
because ultimately,
well, you can really only use 1.
You could
to buy a second dice. It takes total of 3.
That's right.
But you could give me threat to buy the second one.
I'm gonna use one of them.
True.
Yep. And so that's gonna be. I'm just gonna have to roll these two, one of them again.
Sure.
So that is a. What did I say? Truth understand.
Yep. So your
11
target
with
is
a crit
11.
range 5.
Yep.
Okay. So that's a 7.
That's a 1 success. Need a crit. And you got a crit.
Ooh.
Beautiful.
Hey.
So that's the
Nice.
3 that you needed.
Boom.
That is the 3 that you needed. So,
Nice.
just as you're approaching and kind of putting on the hey guys, you pick up from them that you're unexpected. Anyone coming here is unexpected. And perhaps they're probably super duper bored as a result. And maybe slightly resentful. Like, you don't become a guard of a place that no one goes, having to stand out in the sun all day long for no reason. You don't do that because you're a highly valued employee. There's just a simmering air of resentment at their situation, and also the fact that you have disrupted what was effectively, just their lounging time. So they may be in the mood to be bullies.
Okay.
Is what you're like not like, oh, full alert, oh no, we're being invaded kind of thing, but like, what do you do to mess with me? And it's like, yeah, I hate where I am, I'm gonna make you hate where you are too, kind of situation.
They're gonna give us some shit.
Just from the body language is what you pick up.
Okay.
But they don't shoot you immediately.
I mean, I could suddenly look very faint, like I need to go inside. That's an option. Writer's room. I mean,
Writer's
I have,
room,
like, full
if they're
control
trying to
over-
cause... Sorry. What was it?
I have like full control over like all my body systems, so I could look like I'm about to swoon very easily.
You could literally just swoon.
Yeah.
Oh, writer's room, if they're trying to like inconvenience you guys, you fainting is not gonna change that.
It might. It depends on the guards.
Yeah. Or it could surprise them out of whatever train of thought that they're working down. So who knows?
Okay.
It's all down to a roll.
I like that idea though. Like, especially if it's like, if you say something like, hey, are you like, is this the place? And because I mean, they're probably not going to tell that you're BG.
Oh no.
But like, if
Not
you
just
faint in the middle of them giving us some trouble, like that could probably be really convincing.
Yeah.
Like, you guys have been walking all day trying to find this place.
Yep.
Yeah, we've been
something.
wandering. We're super lost.
And you're obvious
We think this
outworlders.
is it?
Yeah. So, do you, Lucia, picking up likely on the same things, just given your training and conditioning, you can see that these guys are, as they suss out what's happening, they're probably seeing it more as an opportunity to be a little bit sadistic, which checks with the type of people that the Harkonnens employ. You want to kind of interrupt that train of thought by spooning, correct? All right.
Yeah.
So how convincing are you? What do you say? What do you do? And let's see how convincing you are.
I'm going to like look kind of desperately at Orobon and say, I think this is the place. We've been walking for so long. And then I'm just gonna like swoon sideways into him.
Yes.
And I'm controlling the pressure in my blood systems so that like I don't lose consciousness fully, but it's very convincing. It
Yeah.
really does look like I fainted.
Yeah. Well, we'll see.
That's what I'm trying to do.
Good sirs, I was afraid that this would happen. As you can see, we've been traveling so long. Please, I mean, even if this isn't the library, can you please just let us come inside and just rest in the shade for a bit?
So, Lucia, how do you, what drives and skills do you employ for this ruse?
So I actually think you can make a case for any of my drives here.
Yeah. With the exception of justice. I don't think it's justice.
Oh, I'm not just. I don't have that one as a.
Oh,
I
you
have
oh,
what
well, you
must be
have it. It's
done.
just not what. You're right.
Yeah.
In terms of nothing here is going to contradict any of your drive statements. That is for sure.
Yeah, I'm looking at the drive statements and I'm trying to like.
I don't think truth applies because you're not trying to uncover anything here.
Yeah. I mean, it could have been a graceful
Power
swoon, I
seems very
suppose.
fit. Yeah, power seems
Yeah.
very fitting.
I mean, challenging your drive is also an option.
It's true. It's true. I don't think this is the type of thing that gives you a quandary about what motivates you in the universe, though.
I think it's probably a duty kind of thing. I'm like, we have to get in here. It's got to be done somehow. So I'll do it.
And if I've got to play the weak, the damsel in distress, which is probably not something you like doing, I might as well. I got to do it. Got to do it. Okay, cool.
No,
So,
but I figure that it'll like shut them up.
yes. So duty and.
I don't know what that would be.
I think
exactly.
It's either communicate. Because I could make an argument for communicate with innuendo, maybe, or just discipline.
Discipline, I would say.
Yeah, I mean, I guess this is Prana Bindu conditioning, so
that will apply.
Discipline.
Prana Bindu. Right. Yes, Prana Bindu conditioning will apply, so discipline makes more sense.
Okay.
Because you're literally using that conditioning to make it super believable.
Yeah. Okay. So I have to beat a 13.
Yep.
Okay.
And you
what's
crit on ones. 2.
2. Okay. And we still have 1 momentum left, right?
Might as well use it.
I can re-roll a single d20.
You could still use the momentum and then gain back more than just that one with your reroll.
That's true. Okay.
It's a potential momentum builder.
All right, let's try it.
Okay.
We'll do 3.
All right.
That's a 5, a 12, and an 18. So I'm going to re-roll the 18.
Sounds good.
It's a 2.
Ooh, okay. You don't have a. I don't think espionage necessarily applies here. But that does get you, that at least earns that momentum back. So you're back at 1 momentum, and it's more than you need. So maybe we say that you, as you're becoming faint, you make sure to make eye contact with both the guards, and to make sure to dilate your pupils.
Yeah.
To make, to give them the subtle, subconscious hint that maybe you're kind of interested. That's true. Just to play up on their potential vulnerabilities.
Yeah.
It's the kind of thing a Bene Gesserit would do.
Oh, for sure.
So what happens?
I'm using every card in the deck right now.
As a result of your very convincing, I'm swooning, oh, come save me, kind gentleman, with pupils blown.
I think that they are like, they're just kind of flummoxed. This never happens. This is not part of the script. They are used to being mean Harkonnen goons. But nobody has ever like swooned on their doorstep before. They just like literally don't know what to do. And whatever happened when they were like younger and more impressionable and not mean Harkonnen goons kind of like resurfaces, and they're like, oh, you should go inside right away.
Yep.
Please go sit down. we can't have swooning people on our doorstep, and this is the library. Sorry.
Yep,
Like,
yep. One of them just on instinct rushes forward and helps to keep you from toppling. The other one goes, yeah, this is the library. Yeah, just get off the street. You guys are causing a. Yeah, he's looking around to see anyone noticing, and no one's really paying attention. Like, don't cause a scene. Maybe thinking more about like, I don't want to have to write a report. So that plays into it too. So yes, you are let in, and it is quite cool on the inside. And you can feel your skin loosen just a bit. It is not humid on the inside, but there's clearly some sort of system to not only keep the air cooler, but also to provide a bit of humidity, which is, enough to be somewhat extravagant. It's definitely a mark of wealth, or power. And these buffoonish guards kind of usher you in. There's a wooden reading table and a chair that they deposit you in. The interior of this, there are actual books here. Most of the information is stored on Rudulian crystal or in computer systems, etc. But certainly in this entryway area, there are like actual books.
wow, they're flexing pretty hard.
Yeah. And they are, you can see the titles in Galak, and it's, it's X year of the reign of Emperor so-and-so. As you're half swooned, you're doing the scan. They do appear to be historical records. Someone over the centuries, probably some other Bene Gesserit or someone who was exiled to keeping historical records, found that the most fun way to do so was to actually make real notes on real paper.
A hobbyist.
Yes.
Person after my own heart.
But many of them are very, very old, but well kept.
Okay. I'm going to continue like swooning until the guards are on their way out.
Well, the guards are kind of hovering like, is there something we should do? And the archivist will glide over. Not wearing a Bene Gesserit Abba cloak. Wearing something that is it's off-world, extremely well tailored, very expensive, but unobtrusive. Likely, you can tell by the way that it's cut. It does not constrict any of the areas that would need to be loose in, say, a combat situation. That is probably not, that would not be, it just looks like a well-cut gown, but you, being who you are, pick up on the fact that this has been altered to specifications that seem familiar to some of the instructions that you provided to House Alaka tailors.
Concern.
And she assesses you all. To what extent are you attempting to be anything other than a Bene Gesserit and a house agent?
I'm not attempting to conceal from her that I'm a Bene Gesserit.
Okay.
I'm not attempting to conceal really anything other than the fact that I want these guards to leave.
So in the midst of your swoon, very convincingly, you kind of roll your eyes and then give her a little bit of a flicker and maybe just, tap your fingers a little bit, such as she can recognize it. And you see just a moment of narrowing of the eyes, and then the demeanor changes. Oh, well, what have we here? Visitors to the library. Can I offer you refreshments? Guards, you can go now. I've got this.
I would imagine that during this time, like Orban has been kind of like, as soon as when they leave, he gives up like pretending to try and like carry Lucia, or like not carry, but like support her, and he looks over at the archivist and bows and you know. Hello. Yes, we thank you for the hospitality. The refreshments would be very nice. Thank you. Yes. Pleased to make your acquaintance.
And who do I have the pleasure of addressing?
I'm Lucia Thal.
My name is Oraban.
And what brings you here, Oraban?
He glances around at some of the books. I need to know about. Sorry, and I've been thinking about this the whole time. I couldn't figure out. It couldn't actually like land on what would be a plausible thing. Call it market research. I'm curious about where, what areas of the city are, where are people living these days? You can probably tell we are not from this planet. The information that we have, yeah, the information we have is at least a generation out of date, and we're trying to figure out. We have some miscellaneous, some goods, some products, some exports. We're trying to figure out, is it even worth trying to set up, networks and contacts here? And we were thinking maybe some of the historical info that you have here at the library would help us decide, is it worth trying to sell what we're trying to sell here? Where in the city would it be useful to try and, like which district is probably well off enough to afford what we're selling?
While she is watching impassive, just taking in this diatribe, with her hand kind of steepled in front of her, and she just drums her fingers a little bit, just looking like she's, paying attention, assessing. She's 100% finger speaking to you. It's like, do we really need to do this?
Orban, maybe she can show you to that section of the library.
Oh, yes, that would be wonderful. And
I'm like,
yeah.
We can talk after he's there.
Okay. Yeah. So I would imagine that in preparation for this whole visit, Orban probably like did actually draw up like a list of like things that would be plausible to look for in a library like this. So like this is not just a waste time mission. This is also a work mission. So he goes about his business.
Yeah. She will direct you to where the census records are kept. They are very, very detailed and very, very dry.
Yep.
I don't know if you've ever looked at a census record, but it's literally just lots and lots and lots of rows of so and so lived here, and this person died, and these people got married, and they pay this much taxes. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. He knew he was coming here and is signing himself up for a lot of like taxes and census records and like just really the most boring stuff he could imagine, but like it needed to be done.
Yes So you are directed to the appropriate location. Let me know if you would like to attempt to eavesdrop.
Okay.
And also, do you speak Jacobsa?
No.
Probably not.
I would imagine that it wasn't that the Atreides specific battle language.
It is an ancient tongue that the Atreides used as also the language that the Fremen use.
Yeah, there's no reason I would know that. I would probably know, shorthand like code phrases, watch phrases that would be assigned to people in the house. There would
Yeah.
probably be like shorthand coded language that the house could use, but like whatever like specific language that Lucia and another BG would be using to communicate, I would not be able to understand it.
So as soon as you're out of earshot, we're close enough to being out of earshot, the archivist will speak up in Chocopsa, probably sending you a message like, don't even bother listening in because we're not going to speak languages you understand. And then she looks at Lucia and her eyes go blue within blue.
Ooh.
They were not before.
Yeah.
And probably
Reverend Mother?
and you recognize, well, your first instinct is spice addict, given that you know that she's not a full Reverend Mother.
Yeah. But also the Fremen have different ways, right?
Yeah.
Do I know that?
Yeah.
So it could be.
I mean, the fact that the Fremen have Sayadina, which are wise women who undergo the spice agony, is a direct result of the missionary productiva. It's part of the cultural structure that you guys have enforced to make it easier for Bene Gesserit to manipulate them.
Right. So could she have done that? Like, those are the two options, right?
Yeah. You know for sure that she has used enough spice long enough to become addicted. You don't know whether I will say she does not necessarily give off the telltale signs of someone who has other memory. But then again, if she is effectively a rogue Reverend Mother, it's likely she might be able to fool you because you yourself have not taken that step. But it is instructive that she did not attempt to continue hiding. You probably would have figured it out sooner or later.
Yeah.
So she's
just mask off telling me that she's
telling you something.
It's good to meet you.
And now I ask you, who do I have the pleasure of addressing?
I really am Lucy Ethel.
And why are you here, Lucy Ethel?
My house has run into some difficulties. And also, I have an interest in the legends of this place. I need to know the threads that the sisterhood has left. There might be a few that I need to pull.
Well, the sisterhood has neglected this place. And like any threads left too long, they can become quite tangled.
Can you tell me more?
I would like you to see how persuasive you can be. Both, well, persuasive and perceptive, right? I think probably to not RP out a bunch of talking in vagaries and circles the way that Bene Gesserit do. Because you two spend a very long time speaking niceties to each other, but with coded language and subtle looks and finger taps and things like that. You're having a separate level of conversation that is perhaps more direct.
Yeah.
So I'm interested in gauging how competent your performance is in effectively convincing her to provide you with more useful information.
Okay.
And then depending upon that, I can narrate what you get out of the exchange.
Okay. So I think that this is a job for uncovering the secrets of the universe.
Yes.
Truth.
Yes.
And probably one of my communicate focuses, because I'm trying to communicate well with her.
It could even be, it could be innuendo. Because that's,
Yeah.
again, literally what you're doing is you're communicating on two different levels. Like, how good are you at manipulating that second level of communication to maybe draw more than she wants to share?
Yeah, I think that's probably what I'm gonna try and do.
All right. Well, this one's going to be contested.
Oh joy.
It is technically difficulty 1,
Okay.
but ultimately what you need to do is to get more successes than her. So the difficulty is going to be set based on what her roll is. And we will roll simultaneously, and I will spend 2 threat
Oh.
to give her another die. Sorry, I will spend 1 threat to give her another die.
Okay, well, I'm gonna spend our corresponding momentum.
Sounds good.
Um.
You do have a major boon,
Oh.
which you could use to put a trait on the scene or on her. We've got that cat daddy boon that we've been sitting on.
Okay, a major boon. What is a trait that I could put on her?
Out of practice.
Desperate for contact.
Desperate for
Distracted.
contact, out of practice, or there was something I was thinking of.
Sorry.
Oh no. I think that there's those are both good angles to go at it from. I've lost it though. The thing that I was thinking of.
Out of practice, bored,
Yeah, bored.
desperate for something that isn't sitting here all day.
Or actually like rekindle her like intellectual curiosity. She's
Curious.
just as curious as she used to be. It's just that she's been bored this long time and she wants to know what's in the wider world.
All right. So what that does is that typically it reduces the difficulty of a check, but in this case, I will apply it as a penalty to her.
Okay.
So it makes her check a difficulty 2, or your check a difficulty 0. It doesn't really matter. It gives you a numerical advantage. All right. So let us roll.
Scary.
And
Okay.
you both have focuses that apply.
Yeah. Okay. So I have 2 ordinary successes and a crit.
Interesting. I have a crit and 2 ordinary successes. I have a 7, 8, and a 5, and for her, a 5 is a crit.
Yay for numerical advantage.
But because of the trait, you are successful. So thanks, Cat Dad. So
Cat Dad saved us.
yes. So yes, you. I mean, we'll say you're. It's like somewhat equal skill levels.
Mm-hmm.
So I think you probably can tell that she's, to the extent that it's a contest, she's letting you win because she wants you to win. So
Yeah.
tell us how that happens.
We talk in circles for a while. At first, like, she doesn't give any ground, but then over time she starts to like think, like, why am I fighting this? I want to know more stuff. And I want to share the knowledge that I have. Why am I even? And then she just kind of gives up. And starts to thread. She like, instead of doing the like talking around saying something, she starts to just thread out pieces of information.
Yep.
And she's kind of making it look like it's an accident so that she has plausible deniability.
Yep. Because she is very skilled, but she is motivated to help you. So the information that you get in this, maybe 20-minute back and forth, that even if someone listening would not really pick up any of the detail unless they were also Bene Gesserit, is that she is prevented from taking any direct measures. She's basically here as a pawn should the Sisterhood ever choose to use it, and they may never. She deeply hates the Baron.
It's fair.
Deeply hates the Baron. And some of her bitterness is that she's not able to act against in any way. She has to be the good little archivist and the good little Bene Gesserit. The concern that she has is that there is a new permutation of the mission area because it hasn't been cultivated recently. There's an increase in messianic fervor. And there has been a proliferation of prophecy.
Could that be related to the Alaka?
Certainly some of the things that people, some of the overall kind of mysticism, the rebirth of a general kind of mystical feel in aspects of the culture could have to do with people spending hours a day kind of zoned out at one with the universe. But there has been over the past several years an increase in the number of people who claim to be able to portend the future. And
in a sort of spice way?
Well, of course. But not in a, not in a Kwisatz Haderach kind of way. But everything here, boils down to spice. But
like Sayadina kind of way?
No, Dune has always created, soothsayers and readers of bones and entrails and things like that. But the demand for soothsayers and the proliferation of those who claim to be able to read the future in the cirrus clouds or in the patterns that the wind makes in the sand or in like literally killing someone and leaving their bone out for a sandstorm and then reading the etchings on it, a variety of different ways that prophecy can be achieved. Nothing tied directly to the overall mission of the Sisterhood. But that has made things more difficult. It has the tenor of those foretellings is that the end of the servitude of the people of Arrakis is nigh, that liberation is coming, which has caused problems.
Yeah.
And
it's not what the Sisterhood wants.
Well, it kind of is. It is. It's just that it's out of control.
Yeah.
It's happening kind of organically.
It's overgrown.
Yeah, exactly.
Wild.
It needs to be pruned and focused and channeled. And it has also caused problems for the productivity of House Harkonnen.
Yeah.
People are more willing to stand up and speak out and resist if they believe that the reckoning is right around the corner.
That's fair.
There were even some like suicide attacks. People sending messages. Although that has quieted down to some degree given the proliferation of Samuta in recent months. You get the sense that I think you probably already knew that the Harkonnens were not only turning a blind eye, but also helping to subtly support the proliferation of Samuta use because it makes people docile.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So what needs happening is some people in the community need to ruin this for us. It can't come from an outworlder. They will never listen.
Well, you and I both know that they will listen, especially if it comes from an outworlder who knows the right words and phrases.
That's true.
You're not trying to contradict the mission area. You simply have to seize the reins.
You're already there.
But we can't have it breaking out in full force. We can't have civil disruption before there's time. Nor can we have the Harkonnens, my family, acting to quash what they see as some sort of rebellion.
We need them to wait.
Yes. For a
and
sign.
waiting is the hardest thing for oppressed people to do.
Yes. So, I mean, the end is nigh, but we need more patience.
Maybe if we can give them an end date. Maybe if we can make the most prominent prophecy.
Or a specific sign.
Yes.
The coming of a boy child.
It has been known for centuries.
Yes. The only thing I can
endure the Harkonnen.
Yes. The only thing
boy child will come.
Yes. The only thing I can and his mother, of course.
And his mother.
The only thing I can tell you more is that there are more Fremen than is typically known.
In the desert?
Yes.
I can use that.
Our records only count those who interact with residents of Arcane. And many of our records have been quite expertly expunged.
It's convenient that there's a smaller population.
Potentially. Our royal ecologist, I suspect, is not being completely forthcoming.
That doesn't surprise me. His loyalties are split.
Yes. I don't know how much. The guild probably knows, but
they aren't very kind with sharing information.
Well, unless you pay. And the fact that they haven't shared means that they've already been paid.
And I don't have the spice to pay them more.
Yes. So, I don't know this for a fact. It's a second form approximation. She is not a mentat, but she clearly has been trying to do something with her idle hours stuck away in the archive. But I believe that there is a more significant population and that population is only loosely connected to the city of Arcane and may in fact be a wild card.
The Fremen have lived here longer than anyone else. They're entirely capable of surviving here without the city of Arcane.
Yes. Which potentially makes them a threat, especially if they were activated to attempt a wide-scale rebellion. It would undoubtedly fail against the might of House Harkonnen and the Emperor.
Yes.
But it is potentially a weapon or a tool that could be used. It simply cannot be... It is a dagger that could be used, but it cannot be drawn too quickly.
And we have to make sure that it's in the right hands.
Yes.
All right. It's time to prune the prophecy then.
It is. So, you go and collect Orobon, I assume? Or you just leave him there,
Yep.
leave him there just snoozing, drooling slightly over a pile of actual physical books.
Yeah, I go to find him after having this conversation. I should wait. Maybe before that, I should get. What is it that our house was trying to find out? We're just trying to make a useful contact, right?
Yeah, you had just based on your mission that Reverend Mother Olena gave you to go and assess the situation and basically activate the mission area or check into it. This was the only Bene Gesserit that you were aware of on planet.
Right.
So you thought you would.
I was just asking so that when my compatriots,
Oh, right.
when they're like, "What did you talk about?" I need to be able to say something that is not
Well,
about the top secret Bene Gesserit things.
I mean, I think the useful information, and that this is part of the. I mean, you could very well have asked her that. And so the useful information that you could have gotten from her translated could be.
There's a whole market out there that is not documented.
It could be that. It could also be, although that ties almost directly to the whole, like, this is a tool that we might have in future. You might be reluctant to reveal that to others. You certainly could confirm that the Harkonnens are behind the proliferation of Suita, and that there's a reason for it beyond just keeping there's a reason for them to really work hard to keep the population docile, because there's a lot of religious fervor being stoked and a lot of wild prophecies being tossed out here and there.
Yeah.
A lot of different oracles predicting all kinds of things that are riling up the people, and the Harkonnens have responded.
That's the name of the show.
It kind of is.
You said the name.
Yep.
Okay. That is what I will share with my compatriots then.
Yeah.
I'm going to go pick up Orobon. I go to the section of the library where we dropped him off. What do I see, Orobon?
Notes everywhere. Like his bag when he came in was full of like neatly, like the kind of like onion skin plastic notes that everybody uses instead of actual paper. He had a lot of like notebooks of that, with some preliminary, like, here's what I gotta find out. And what you find is that it's like he ripped up all of his notebooks and just kind of like scattered them everywhere, almost like it's just like notes here, notes there. What you probably immediately notice is that, like, yes, he was also looking at, like census records, tax records, stuff like that. But he was also trying to get a feel for like illicit drug use in the area. He was trying to see if there was any signs of like, what are the trends of like Samuda usage historically, like what potential fingerprints might they have left on the historic record. Like, it's not just a straightforward like he's looking up information, but you could tell from like the kind of notes that are out, like he was looking for more like like inferential kind of analysis of like what's typical for this area. Because I mean, like, because we've got like two problems here. We've got our Samuda trade being like interrupted from our own planet, but we've also got our local shipments here being disrupted. And so there's kind of like there's almost like two, or at least for me as a player, and I think for Orobon as well, there would be two questions of like, like A, who's trying to interfere with our house business, but also B, what's going on with Samuda usage here on the planet that somebody would be disrupting our transports, or not our transports, but like the transports of the drugs that we are carrying like here on the planet. Trying to see if like there's any kind of trace of that in the record.
I'm going to say, due to the nature of the information, the first thing that you discover is that the archivists have not historically been interested in, or if they were, the records have been expunged, the common people. The records are like it's in dozens or grosses, and it's more about keeping an accurate tally of how much water is needed, for example, to keep the population minimally provisioned and prevent an uprising. So it's gross estimates. There are some historical records of disease or fire or other situations that have resulted in the need to import more labor. But it's all kind of round numbers.
Okay.
Because the Harkonnens really don't care about every baby born. Now, of course, direct members of the house and employees and other house assets are tracked very, very carefully. But yeah, and the sense that you get is that disinterest in the mass of the population, it's because they're little better than beasts of burden. They are valued by what they can produce as a cog in the Harkonnen machine.
Yeah.
Why bother give them names?
That's probably why he fell asleep, is because he realized that the information that he was really interested in just like wasn't here. Like, and so if faced with the task of like the census, like he probably got what he needed and then like fell asleep eventually because he was just, you know, tired of looking at things. The stuff he was actually interested in wasn't there. And, you know, his head's just kind of like, he pokes his head up and it like the page of his notes like sticks to his face as he looks up and he's like, is it, you done?
Yes. I will say that you're quite impressed by the brutality of the machine that the Harkonnens have built here on Arrakis and its ability to grind up humans quite efficiently. Yeah. Makes you happy to be affiliated with a house that isn't them.
Yep.
Come on, Orabun. Let's see what the others are up to.
Yeah. Let's he pulls out the map again. Yeah, it's I think I know the way there. Let's get going.
All right.
And you know, oh no, he wouldn't do that. Never mind. I was gonna say he like starts like chit chatting about like, oh, how'd your talk go? You know, but then I realized like, no, he would not have asked about that. Where
right.
Others
right as you pass out with the guards, hey, did you get any information from that?
Yeah, no, he's not that stupid.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Yep. So she sees you out. By the way, Lucia, you are certain that she has not been through the spice agony. She's just a spice addict.
Okay.
Which
she has like a not fun life.
Yeah.
So.
It just kind of not cool. But it's not like you're going to report her to it's not like she's going to get punished by the sisterhood. She's probably in about one of the worst situations a sister could find herself.
Yeah. They don't care. If they cared about her, she wouldn't be here.
Yeah. Yeah. Or they think that she'd be more useful as a contingency against who knows what.
Yeah.
The sisterhood also is a very impressive organization that's very, very good at grinding people up efficiently. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Soylent Green is people.
They're both.
Lucia has ambition, but
beautiful.
she knows that there's like a tiny chance that anything happens from it.
Oh, it'll happen if the sisterhood decides it should happen.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. They're both pretty brutal in their own ways. Anyway, so yes. So we
Nobody's
will.
the good guy.
So we will flip scenes to the Oasis. Tavar and Rennick probably arrived a bit early because your scouting mission. You did not find any signs that anyone had made modifications or had even been in your safe house. So you checked all the little things that you left to make sure. You didn't see anything. As far as you know, no one's messed with it. So that's good. So you had plenty of time to head over to the Oasis and get a drink, wait for your friends. And their trip didn't actually take that long. So it's just a few moments before some very strange looking obvious outworlders make their way in to what is large, smelly, but not particularly loud. Because aside from the Samuta music, which, as I've said before, is slightly distracting due to its discordant atonal nature, It's not what one would call melodic, but there are a number of individuals in little kind of cubbies up against the wall who are quite obviously, lit.
Mhm.
And yet there are also a number of people who are getting a drink or getting some food. They're not all partaking. Although it's still somewhat early in the day, so who knows what happens later. What happens here? What do you guys do?
Did we all rejoin, or are we
Yes,
here?
we start the scene with Lucia and Orban walking in the door.
Welcome back.
Thank
How
you.
do you want to talk here, or should we head home?
I think there are some things that need to be said away from others.
But there's also things to be gotten from here.
Yes.
You're gonna hear things. You're gonna hear them here, versus anywhere else that we aren't just gonna be picked out and spat out. So,
But we can talk about our days later.
well, Tovar makes a very crude reference to, I don't know, some forest bird finding their nest, and their nest was intact.
Mm.
Something that would, for somebody,
And then
from
winks
our
real big.
community and be like, "What the heck is that? Like, what's a bird? Like, I don't understand."
It's a forest.
Exactly. So,
Yeah.
Do you have like a I know there's just not such a thing here as like a private booth in a place like this, but like some kind of equivalent of like a quiet corner or like shaded off area? Or are you like, are Rennick and Tovar just kind of like chilling near the entrance?
we're at the bar waiting for you.
Okay.
We could grab a booth if you
But
want.
I mean, as was described, this place is pretty low key in general. So it's not like you need to. There are corners for outside of prying eyes.
Yeah.
Okay.
We certainly can go that method.
Yeah. I will say, for the people who aren't like super high at the moment, the fact that two more, it was a guy who looks like he fits in, and then Rennick, and now it's three people who are clearly off-worlders. So you are attracting some attention.
Yeah, we need to go sit down.
I forget why. What did we need to do at the Samuda bar?
There's
Last session we had the option to basically cut out our one contact and go with the contact here, like the proprietor here.
Richera, who is the owner of this establishment,
Yes.
Okay.
is one of your best customers.
Otherwise, short of just dealing directly with her, I assume her, she would be a good source of information.
Okay.
Yes, and knows what's on. And you also know that it was mentioned, and of course Lucia would remember this photographically, that there is a fortune teller who works here.
I am the fortune teller.
I'm
A
gonna go talk to her, obviously.
woman named Maresh, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, Maresh.
Okay. I'm clearly gonna go talk to Maresh. But I also would like to remind, well, I don't know if this is common knowledge in the party yet. There was like a shipment of a Laka that was not from us.
Oh yeah, the recent flood of Samuta that is potentially not associated with. Yeah.
So we
Yes,
could
we
ask
will confirm that that's, yeah.
if she
We
knows.
learned that from other means. So yes, that
Yeah.
is common knowledge on the street.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. So we
But
don't have like,
your
an
tie to it
immediate-
is different. But yeah.
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 Okay, so we don't have like an immediate goal of something to track down here because we already kind of took care of that. Well, aside from the fortune teller, but like we already did we chose who our contact was going to be on the ground.
Yes.
So we kind of already, one of the things that we could have done here, we've basically already covered.
Yeah, the cutting Guruk out and dealing directly with the Oasis and the other people who make a living by selling Samuda to people you didn't take that option. However, Rochera and other people around here might be able to tell you more about what's going on, and they're certainly a fortune teller.
And like, I don't think it would hurt to like reassure them that the shipments will, continue. Well, like we're not out of business yet. However you want to phrase it.
Yeah.
Seems like they're not hurting for getting for it right now. So
right. So like also
they might not really care if we're gonna resume our shipments because it's everywhere. So
yeah, but maybe they know something about where it came from.
That's what we need to find out.
Yep. So you're in the same location, but it sounds like you're going to have a couple of different conversations. So let's start with the research into the truth on the ground, particularly as it relates to the Samuta trade. Rochera is not visible in the establishment, but you know that she lives on premises.
Would that be like a Tovar and Orban adventure? They're the skullduggery types in the party.
I think that Tovar is much more Tovar's realm than Orban's, but I think that this is somewhere that Orban could be useful.
While this is happening, I'm just having a look out. I'm making sure that we're not being surprised.
Okay.
I'm trying to think of the best way. Are there any of the Samuta patrons who, like, maybe they're wrapping up, or they came in and they're about to get started, not high out of their mind currently?
Oh yeah, we can say that someone walks in and goes and grabs a pipe, makes their way over into one of the open alcoves, plunks down some water tokens, and is just getting set up.
I'm nudge Tovar and kind of very discreetly kind of poke my head in the direction of the person who just came in. I have some questions about what the Samuta what's going around, what's the product going around like these days, and so maybe he over there, he could help us out here.
Sure, get your survey out.
Get your clipboard out. Sir, can you answer a couple questions for me?
Yeah, not like product survey or anything, but more just like, I guess, because one of the things I was thinking was like, where is it coming from? Our house makes the stuff. And, I'm like, Orban is probably not an expert in like, the usage or the finer points of production. But one of the things that I was curious about was like, how is there maybe anything that like us with our like particularly special knowledge might be able to say that like, oh, like you have like, you feel this way when you take it, like, that says something about where it's coming from, or like, how is it packaged, how is it like arriving, something like that.
Yep. Sure. So you're going to engage this person in conversation and see if you can derive some of those clues.
Yeah.
Or are you just observing from a distance?
I want to observe, and then, because I would imagine that he would be kind of like getting settled, and like once he's about looking to get settled and like about to like, I don't remember how Samuta is actually. Is it a drink, or is it a?
I think you smoke it.
Okay.
It's quite possible to eat it too, I believe, but yeah.
Okay. So maybe like, I order Tovar and myself like some fresh drinks and then grab or +1 for him and like we both go over with with a drink and pop a drink down in front of him as like kind of a gesture of goodwill, or it's like like hey stranger, what's up? Like you're having some trouble with that lighter there. Here, let me get that for you.
I will say that his reaction is of frustration that he is being prevented or distracted. But go ahead and make a roll to see what
Okay.
you. Yeah. So it is. So it could be a. It could be a how charming is your demeanor to overcome that. It could be simply what you pick up.
Mm-hmm.
It could be Orban attempting to be charming and Tovar watching to see if there's anything you can pick up, because you both understand Samuta and this industry quite well, because it's how you make your living, sort of. Especially Tovar.
So this is probably a communicate, I'm guessing, right?
Yeah. If what you're trying to do is to soothe him and convince him that he wants to have a quick conversation with you, and that you're friendly and it would be beneficial for him to have a conversation with you, I think that would certainly be communicate in terms of skill.
Yeah. I don't think persuasion would apply. I think communicate would apply. Like what I'm trying to do here is not necessarily like, get information out of him, but I'm more just like, hey, please don't tell me to shove off like right away.
I think persuasion. I mean, it's how persuasive. Yeah, I think that works. You're also trying to persuade him to do a thing, but you are trying to persuade him to not do what he looks like he wants to do, which is to tell you to get lost.
Yeah. So I think that's a communicate truth drive for me.
Sure. And Tovar, are you watching to see if you can pick up on any subtle signs?
Communicate listen is definitely the skill.
Yep.
Tovar is going to use. And the drive, I think justice is the most appropriate, which is.
Oh, I think it's truth.
Is what you can get away with.
I think it's truth.
You think truth?
Yeah.
Truth is what it'll be found on the end. All right.
Yeah, I think so. Because you're literally trying to get at what's happening.
I was going back between the two, so yeah.
I think it's truth. Cool.
Would this be a contest with him, or am I just trying to beat a difficulty?
I'm just setting the difficulty as that he's jonesing for a fix. So I'm going to say it's difficulty 2. Tovar, I will say it is, I would think ordinarily difficulty 1. You don't necessarily have a trait of like, I literally deal in Samuta for a living, but you basically do. So it should also be difficulty 2, but just based on your deep familiarity with the substance, the people who traffic it, the people who use it, etc., I will reduce that to a difficulty 1.
Is that not a house trait of ours?
Oh, yes. It should. If it is not, it should be a house trait, which you can then use.
Farming. Like primary is domain is farming. So
yeah. I think in this case, it makes sense. It makes sense in the narrative that it would be easier to pick up on weird stuff having to do with Samuta, since that's your job. Cool. So difficulty 1 for Tovar, difficulty 2 for Orban.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm
gonna just roll this flat.
Do we have momentum?
I don't think we do, because we switch scenes. But you can always give me threat.
1 success.
Yep, I understand.
Okay.
Yeah, that's 1 success. So I think that is a failure for me.
It is.
I'm just gonna roll straight on the table. So I got a 4, which is a crit, and a 16, which is nothing. So I've got 2.
So good, which beats it by 1, so that earns you a momentum. So Orban, he just kind of pushes the drink away and, get out of my face, stranger. Just like really doesn't want to have any time for it, and maybe even like grabs his gear and pulls it closer, like he's afraid you're going to take it from him. He seems very sort of untrusting, but like real untrusting, like unusually, like there's something I think you probably pick up on that he overreacts to a certain degree. Now, maybe it's because he doesn't feel very good or something, but he's very kind of distinctly protective of his Samuta and gear. Tovar. He doesn't look like a Samuta addict. I mean, he does, but his behavior is different.
But he's got a day job.
Well, it's more like, Samuta is addictive because it's hugely pleasurable to, zone out. But he looks sick. In a way that...
self-medication.
Well, more to the extent that a user of a different type of drug might be. Like in withdrawal kind of sick. Which is not one of the typical reactions to Samuta use.
So Samuta is what's at hand. Something else would be preferred.
I mean, you can spend that momentum to gather more information.
Heck yes.
So you're curious about, like, is he hooked on some other drug? Or what question are you asking?
Basically, what would be... Seems like you're really after Samuta, and, we're not after your gear. That's not why we're here. We're just wondering why it's Samuta first when it hasn't been in Arakeen.
Okay. Well, I'm going to say you're asking, since this is you passively perceiving and putting things together as opposed to directly conversing. So it's really trying to get at the, like, what's his deal? What's he's on? So as it occurs to you that he is not exhibiting familiar symptoms, you maybe step a little bit closer to get a look at his face. And he's got a little bit of the sallowness and slackness that you would expect of a heavy Samuta user. So he does have many of the signs, and he's clearly very familiar with what he's doing. But he does have an anomaly. At first you think it's just a trick of the light, but he has little orange flecks in his eyes, which are definitely not associated with a Samuta use. And as you step closer to look, there's a smell that comes off him. That is, he's like everyone at Arcane unwashed, but there's a almost like a formaldehyde, like a sickly sweet, very faintly chemical odor that just appears to be exuding from his pores. It's faint, but you spent the momentum, so you pick up on it. Which gives you an indication that he is a heavy Samuta user who is also under the effects of something else.
Tavar would not pick up on that, by the way, Doug. But,
it's probably a joke because
I know.
Lucia
It is definitely a joke.
Yeah,
Yeah, I would say that.
So after this, Tavar would kind of like grab over on and be like, "No, we're not going to bother this guy anymore. He just wants his end of the day fix. We're not here to take anything, give you trouble. We're just, he also takes the third drink. That was for the other guy,
Yeah.
and he takes it with it. So.
Yeah. And then he lights up and then very quickly just like zones out.
Yep.
Goes to bliss.
So, and he'll, quietly share with Obana or Obana on the way back. They'd be like, there's something else not being supplied that Samuta's trying to fill in for. So,
Or something.
or something. But that wasn't a straight up Samuta addict.
Yeah. So, Lucia, you are going to try to find the fortune teller, correct?
Yes, I am.
Rennick, are you going with? Or are you posted up watching to see if there's anything shady?
I would be posted up watching, but
Okay.
I probably give a glance over to Lucia, like, do you want me to tag along? And like, it's up to you whether you want backup for this specific thing, or do you want me to be positioned here?
I nod, and then I like grab your arm, like tuck my arm into your arm, like you're escorting me somewhere.
Okay.
In like it looks kind of romantic. I want to see if the fortune teller is real, and I want to see like how much she can see through bullshit. So I'm going to like act like you're my beau or whatever
Okay.
to see
Okay.
how much she can actually see.
Well, you step through a beaded curtain, because of course you do,
Of course.
into a small back room. Just overpowering scent of incense and spice and sweat and dust. And there, seated at a table, is a withered, like, it's hard to tell because the arcane sun and the dry atmosphere ages people a lot. But this is a very, very old woman, almost bald and completely blind.
Drop
Milky
your arm.
eyes, but blue within blue, nevertheless. And she says, "Come, children. Have you come to seek the future?" And she'll she'll kind of feel around and grab a cup and shake it, and you can see that there are water tokens inside.
I'm going to say yes, and I'm going to cast about in my knowledge of old language from this world for a term of respect for an elder woman who is not a water dipper.
Well, Sayadina.
Okay. I will call her Sayadina.
And you can see that she, "Come here, child."
Okay.
And she'll feel up your arm, touch your face. And she will probably mutter under her breath, "Lisan al-Gaib," which is enough to cue you in that she has been indoctrinated. Because she can feel from the smoothness of your flesh, the fact that you still have water weight on, because you were recently on a highlighter. She can tell that you are an outworlder, and you have spoken. You have called her a thing, and so, yeah, she immediately. "It is a great honor to read the future for you."
I believe the honor is mine.
What can I am no Sayadina, though you give me great courtesy to call me such. But I am blessed with sight beyond sight.
I think that much is clear. I wish to know more about the affairs of the common people here. I think that too long have they been ground down. It's hard to see it. Do you think it will change soon?
So she will reach into a pouch and take two, like as soon as she opens it, you're just overwhelmed by the scent of melange. And so there are two compressed spice wafers that she crams into her mouth and like, almost toothless, has a hard time, takes just the barest sip from a sealed container of water, just enough to really grossly masticate it. It's a little bit of an off-putting scene. But
Cinnamon challenge.
it's the cinnamon. Oh, gross. And then like you can see like the capillaries dilate, and you can see just the physiological effects of the infusion of melange. And she begins to speak. It's kind of gibberish. Like it is ancient Chicopsa, which you can follow, although it's not a dialect that it's not exactly the dialect that you were taught. And it's certainly not the modern version that some folks here in Arcane speak. But a lot of it is just, it's disjointed images and like you're having a hard time. But there are a few things. Like you clearly hear her say something about the coming of the Mahdi. You clearly hear her say something about the breaching of walls. Death and destruction, betrayal, and holy war.
Okay. That sounds like what I'm here for.
And there are a few words and phrases that you pick up on that seem to be related to the Missionaria. But I would say that what surprises you most is that she is not simply restating the kind of prophetic programming place these people. It's free form, and just based on your senses. Now she may not be a prophet, but she believes that she is. She is fully into it. She's not putting on a show. She's also possibly slightly mad.
Okay.
Hard to tell.
Oh, I forgot to pay her. Yeah, water chips.
No, yeah, she would not have eaten the spice wafers if you hadn't paid her.
Yeah.
Rennick, I would like you to see if you notice anything dangerous.
Okay, that would be a what?
You tell me.
Jeez, I don't know. I honestly, I hate to do it to myself, but like understand sounds like the thing, even though that's like the lowest skill that I have.
I mean, if you're looking for something dangerous,
Battle could be something
might-
dangerous.
Yeah.
That the way I understand it, battle's more
At least
like
overtly
action.
battle.
Yeah, I think it's more. I think you're right, Duck.
Okay.
I think it's understand, but I think it's probably duty.
Okay, understand duty.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
So
Difficulty 2.
Okay. And we have 0 momentum.
But you can always give me threat.
Should I just chance it? It's a DC 12, and seeing threats is boring.
Credit on 1.
Batquin threw in a major boon.
Oh, a major boon.
Thanks, Batty.
So what? Like I can use that to
Make a trait.
make a trait or something?
Yep.
Like alert? Like because I previously said that that's kind of what I was doing.
Yeah. you were guarding me.
Yeah, you could like make a
Okay,
trade on the
good
scene
boyfriend.
that says that you are in an advantageous position, maybe.
Okay. Okay. So that would
That would reduce
what
it
mechanically.
would reduce the difficulty.
Okay. Do you all think that would be helpful?
Yeah. Let's go.
Yeah.
Okay.
If
Well,
you want to spend threat, you can spend threat. Like that's a
the way I see it, noticing the threat is less valuable than dealing with the threat. So I don't
Yeah.
want to use up ammunition on this roll when a future roll could be more useful.
If he has to fight, then maybe we want to give the threat then.
some good metagaming.
It also could be absolutely nothing. I'm just trying to burn through all your resources. It's fine.
Right.
I mean,
So like because it's not crucial, it's not a
Or it could be. Depends.
You know,
You
so you
check.
just might
We
want some
don't
more
know.
threat
Crucial's
to
not the-
use.
let's find out.
I am sick.
Yeah.
Crucial was not the right word.
Okay.
It
That's
is.
all
It is
right.
not. It is not a known threat.
Yeah. Sure.
You
I
do
think
you,
I'm just.
Duck. Use it or no, it's the right choice.
I'm just gonna roll 2D.
Okay.
Not using the boon yet.
So we'll keep the baboon.
Mhm.
Take chances, make mistakes, get messy.
Thanks, Miss Frizzle.
A 12 and a 3. My threshold was a 8 plus a 4,
So that's 2
with
successes.
which 12. So 2 successes.
Nice.
So
And a difficulty 2. So that's a success, right?
yes, it is.
Yep.
Okay.
No
good.
crits, but success.
You, as soon as it starts this like gibberish that you probably don't understand, like you might know a little bit of Chekhov's, but you don't understand. It's just clear that she's in some sort of trance. Lucia seems to be paying great attention to it, so you kind of just go back to what you're doing, which is looking around. And you notice a probably woman, hard to tell, kind of short and slight, come in. And you're just kind of scanning around through the beaded curtain. You got a little bit of a view of the room. So you look over there and then you scan again. And she's gone and you don't really notice it. And then you scan again and you hear something outside the door. And in a flash, a little pipe kind of pops around the corner. And you assess it as a threat. It is a threat. It is some form of weapon. It does not appear to be pointed at you or Lucia.
But the oracle, the potentially.
Yes.
Move.
It appears to be pointed at a downward angle towards the center of the room.
Okay.
So, what happens then?
What I would like to do is activate my shield and get between me and the oracle, or get between the oracle and that thing.
All right.
That's what I would like to do.
So you would like to move your asset of shield to effectively engage with the oracle. Let's see if you have a chance to do that, though. So this is obviously going to be move as a skill.
Mm-hmm.
You tell me what drive.
Justice.
Yes.
I must shield those in my care. Like,
Yeah.
would that apply?
Yeah.
Like literally
You
shielding.
could just decide that you're protecting.
Yeah.
So it's not directly in your care, but it's close enough. I mean, this is a potential asset or of information. Yeah.
Lucia, basically, yeah.
Yeah, and also
Really
Lucia.
shielding them.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah.
All right. Would you like to give me any threat? Because I'm going to spend some.
You see, this is one of those times when I think that it would be useful to spend threat and like use that
Do
major
it.
boon thing.
Yeah. What's the difficulty?
It's contested.
Contested. Great.
Yeah. Okay. So maybe.
So the more threat you give him, the more he'll use.
hmm But yeah, I would like to use that major boon maybe because like I noticed it, I have another
Sure.
Quick reaction time.
yeah.
Yep.
So that changes the difficulty
Yep.
scales.
Gives you an advantage. Effectively, it grants you an extra success, kind of, sort of, but yeah. Figuring out who wins, it gives you an advantage.
Okay, so that would be a move justice roll.
Yep.
For great
I have
justice.
Swift as a skill focus. This is the definition of trying to be
Yeah,
swift.
I think that's right.
Um,
I think so.
should I give him a threat?
Up to you.
It is up to you.
so.
You might use it.
One threat.
I'm
you have
already
0.
using a ton.
Okay, so yeah,
And I might get my first D20 for free.
Okay. Not sure I like that, but okay. But yeah, I'll give you 1 threat to gain another die.
Cool.
So now I have 3 die
Cool.
because we don't have any momentum.
Yes. All right. I am still spending.
Because I have a shield, this action is possible or easier. Which
I mean, it's possible for you to do it. If you succeed, it makes it possible for you to block it without being shot.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
Okay.
Or else you would just be standing in the way and you would take the hit. So I think it just makes it possible. Because I'm wearing a shield, I can block it.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Just wanted to make sure that we weren't forgetting anything.
All good.
And the roll.
Ooh. That one didn't succeed. Oh, you guys are going to hate me. So, just so we're keeping it honest, this is 3 2s, which are crits, and a 14, which is a success. So that's
versus
7.
1 success.
Ow.
Versus 1 success.
Okay,
Yeah,
so they beat you by 5. Yikes. Sorry, bud.
Was this to... This check was to position the shield or whatever.
to block to position yourself. So they're just faster on the draw than you are.
So did this involve getting over any obstacles?
No.
Or
It was literally just being fast enough to slam the shield and step in the way.
okay.
Think of it almost like an initiative roll.
I thought of that.
Yeah.
But yeah. My talent does not apply.
Yeah.
I was just making sure.
Thanks.
And and your difficulty was already effectively at 0 anyway. You can't reduce it below 0. Cool. So yes, you just, and you're incredibly fast, right? You respond as quickly as an extraordinarily well-trained and conditioned human could. But even a Bene Gesserit might have been stressed to try to achieve the necessary feat of athletics to activate a shield. And as someone like was literally half pulled on the trigger of whatever this device is, there is no significant sound. Lucia, you probably just kind of go, what? As you see Rennick leap towards that direction. And in that kind of slow time of your perception, you see a tiny pellet projected by compressed air lodge itself in the neck of this soothsayer, who just has time to look slightly alarmed and start to reach up to her neck before she begins to spasm and foam. And then immediately falls over dead. You both hear the sounds of footsteps pounding away and the front door slamming open and closed.
Yeah, I would like to try to follow them, to try to chase them down.
All right. So we are in well, we'll see what kind of conflict it is, but it's going to be a conflict. Yes, we'll say the first turn of the conflict goes to you all. So the first person who, and typically what happens is it's back and forth, basically. But we're going to be a little bit loosey-goosey with this, just because to your knowledge, there's only one combatant. So they are at somewhat of a disadvantage. So I'm going to, for this round, give you Keep the Momentum, I think is the name of it. I forget what it is in Star Trek Adventures. It's the same thing where you can effectively keep the initiative on your side, but I'm going to give it to you for free for this turn.
For this encounter?
Well, not for the encounter, just for this turn. Yeah.
Sorry.
To represent the fact that they're not going to get a massive, unsurmountable lead on you, giving you all chances to act before they get to act 4 times, basically. So it means it will be Reddick first, then someone of Reddick's choice or someone of the party choice. Then they will get a chance to do something, and then the other 2 will get a chance to do something, and then we'll go back to alternation. So, but Reddick was first up to call. So Reddick, what do you do?
Is there like a window or something that like the place that they shot from
Was it was just the doorway into this little back room, and then they sprinted across the main floor of the Oasis and have just slammed out of the pressure lock door.
Okay.
Into the streets of Arcane.
Yeah, I would like to just straight up try to follow their path as best I can.
All right. So
not really in a great position right now because we're in this little room.
Yep.
Can't really cut them off.
So you are going to move. You can move an additional zone at a cost of 1 because of your rapid maneuver, which basically means that you can catch up.
I think that's worthwhile.
Because we'll say, as we are now, we have effectively 3 zones. We have the back room, the main room, and the street. And ordinarily...
Yeah, I'm not moving subtly. I am moving boldly.
Yeah. And because you have the rapid maneuver talent, and because this is a conflict, what it does is it reduces the cost of moving an additional zone from 2 to 1. You're going to have to give me threat to do it.
I don't have the rapid maneuver.
I'm looking at Tovar. Sorry.
Yeah.
I hate to be that guy, but yeah.
No, so you can catch, but you have to give me 2 threat.
I think that's worth it.
Okay. Cool.
Otherwise, potentially just completely lose them.
Yep.
Or yeah.
It's very suspicious that they killed the person we were talking to.
Smell anything?
Do I smell anything?
We'll get to that in a second.
Okay.
But I'll also answer that question by what you see when you burst out. You burst out just as this figure. I mean, they're just like feet from you, and they look like they're growing.
Right. Oh, no. Not sure what that is.
Yeah, but you pop out. You see this. I mean, you just get a bare glimpse of a face of this kind of slight woman, dark hair, and then as she turns her back to start booking away, you can literally see her spine elongate and her shoulders broaden. And her body thickens slightly. It's subtle, but it's enough that you notice it.
Would I know about face dancers?
Yeah.
Would I connect the dots?
I think probably so. I think you would be like, am I seeing something? Because face dancers are not, you don't see them every day.
They're not common.
They're not common, but they are known to exist.
Okay. Yeah.
I
am now.
You certainly are aware that there may have been some involved in the destruction of Grumman.
Okay.
Or at least
So-
the rumors of that.
I am now like, I've given you 2 threat.
You give me 2 threat and you've taken your action. So now your party can keep the initiative. Which could be another action for you, Rennick, but it's going to be at an increased difficulty.
What do y'all say? I'm okay with increased difficulty if it means just stopping this here now. But
Well, we don't have any momentum, right?
Right.
none.
Like the only thing I could think to do as myself is I have the voice, but it might not work on a face dancer.
And it would show your hand because
It'd be
everyone.
if I used it now.
Yeah, I don't know if the Bene Gesserit know that it works or not.
Yeah, I don't know if we know if it works. That's why.
Would they want to necessarily let it be known if they know or not?
No.
Yeah.
Probably not. So I probably wouldn't do it. So I think you should go for it.
Yeah. I have a mechanics question real quick. I know that moving an asset, like if you do it like subtly or boldly, that requires a roll. So does it not require, like if we just move ourselves to a different zone, like
So
does the character count as an asset?
In conflict, what you're effectively doing is moving an asset. So like, for example, I think in theory, in this case, Rennick is moving his sword to zones, but he's going along with it.
Yep,
So
got it.
it's one of the areas where the rules language is a little bit vague, or it seems it's a little arcane.
Like, yeah, it all says like you're moving an asset, but it's like I'm not, like the character is not an asset. They have assets.
You have assets, but you're moving some asset on your person. So, yeah. But effectively, it is you're moving yourself and all of your assets with you. And if you are in the same zone with an enemy, you may then make an attack with an asset.
Okay.
But yeah, so I think in theory, Rennick moves his sword, and then the body goes along with. And then if you took another action to say attack, then because you have your asset in the same zone, you could then attack.
Yeah, and I want to clarify. There's boldly is a specific mechanic. I did not intend for that to be the mechanic I was referencing.
Right. Right.
I just like I'm not trying to hide it.
Yeah.
That I'm chasing after it.
I think that probably trying to keep initiative is.
But you're gonna keep initiative regardless.
Okay.
Your side is going to get act twice, but the question is whether you want someone else to go out and be able to back up Rennick, or if you want Rennick to take an action.
Oh, I see.
If we think that Tovar could cut the other person off at the pass by going out a different exit, like pin that person between them. Because
Tovar is pretty quick. He can move rapidly.
Yep.
So he could get himself out there.
And you're one zone. It's only a one zone move for you, actually.
Yeah.
Because you're already in the main room.
I'm thinking ahead though. Like next go around, they're gonna move away, which means I need to move towards them again.
It's kind of a chase unless you can find a way to not have it be a chase.
Either stop it now or it's going to be a chase.
Right. I guess what I'm saying
either way.
I'm trying to understand the layout. So like, is the entrance of the place farther out than where that person is? Can you like pin them between you and an alley? That's what I'm asking.
Potentially. There is no like battle grid style of rule set here. It's very much based on kind of establishing the narrative zone. So there's a narrative zone where things are happening out in the street, which could include Tovar saying, I want to try to box them in. And then if that's successful, we make it work in the narrative. But there's no like flanking or like needing to know exactly how many feet you move or whatever. Because Tovar can move into the street, that means that you are in the same zone. and in theory could, spend some momentum for another action or do something.
We don't have momentum though.
Well, you can always
right,
spend. You can always give me threat instead of spending momentum.
So what I see is our two options are either Rennick just goes and does his thing, or we get Tovar involved to try and outmaneuver them in future rounds.
Yeah.
Because
those are the options I can come up with.
Because I mean, Tovar can move quick, especially kind of in its home turf. Not really an asset, but he can move quick. So
I just don't see mechanically how that's gonna end this.
Sure. I mean, if
It
you
may
want to go,
not.
I fully support you spending the threat and doing it.
I mean,
Do it.
Like even if I fail,
Do it.
we're not like
Doesn't
further
matter.
behind.
You gotta. Yeah, it's fine.
Yeah.
Go for
Go
it.
for it.
I think you just do it.
Okay, so I would like to battle with duty.
That makes perfect sense.
This is my duty. There is a threat. I'm taking it down. That means my threshold is 16.
Yep.
I believe I'm using my blade, which is a long blade, which is a skill focus of mine.
Yep.
Which means I crit on an 8 or less. When I attempt a battle test with duty, and I serve at the pleasure of the house, so
Yep.
like it aligns with the statement, I get to re-roll a d20.
Yes.
So right now I have 2 d20s with a re-roll.
Yep.
I would like to spend a threat to gain another die
Cool.
for this. What do you all think about spending 2 more threat, or getting 2 more threat to get another die?
Go for it.
Yeah. Okay. Then so I'm rolling 4 die
Okay.
with a re-roll.
Okay. I believe the difficulty is just 2, right?
I believe so. Also, I have a quality 2 sword that I'm using,
Yes.
which increases the effect of success, I believe.
It makes it. It increases the cost of avoiding defeat.
That's it. Yeah. Okay. So 40-20. That is 4 crits. Sorry, 3 crits and a success.
Beautiful.
Should I re-roll the 4th one, the 13, to see if I get a crit? Because
well.
no, if I re-roll,
because if you roll it and it misses, it's a miss.
Yeah.
What was your
You have a
succeed threshold?
Yes, my threshold is 16.
Yeah, you have a
and the crit range is 8.
Yeah, you have a relatively good chance of getting another crit.
Yeah, I would be okay re-rolling that just because your succeed threshold is
And it's free.
You're gonna
pretty darn high.
You do.
And you might get
to...
You might get a 20.
Yeah.
Right.
You might get a 20.
Well,
so are you feeling lucky?
You're not gonna lose the conflict.
Are you feeling lucky?
Yeah, I'm going to roll it. It'll make it more interesting. Yeah, that's an 18. Doesn't work.
But it's fine.
But it's not a failure.
Not a 20.
Okay, so that's what, 6 successes now?
Yeah, that is.
Or, 6 successes on a difficulty 2, so that's 4.
That gets you 4 momentum.
Spend
Did I win this conflict?
Oh, for sure. You beat the difficulty.
Okay. Then I gain 2 momentum automatically that I can use to obtain information.
Yes.
Who is this guy?
6 momentum?
Well, no, the 2 momentum is specifically earmarked for obtaining information.
Yep. You get basically 2 free questions.
Yeah.
So as you strike into the flesh, expecting bone and organ, your suspicion is confirmed. This is a face dancer.
Disgusting. Second question, right? I get because it's one.
Yep, one per.
Were they running out of duty, out of fear, out of not wanting to get caught? Or was it about revenge? Like, and are they feeling like happy or confident? Like, what's their? because you can learn a lot from
Yeah.
fighting someone.
Well, and also you can
So-
learn a lot as this creature, as you have impaled it through the back, as it turns itself around on the sword and looks at you. It's smiling as the bone structure of the face gets heavier.
That tells me a lot.
And then I'm going to spend a bunch of that threat that you just gave me to resist defeat.
Okay.
Your shield is on, correct?
It is.
Okie doke. So, quality 2, right? Okay, good. It is going to smile at you, just off your blade, kind of push it to the side, and then come at you. I'm going to spend a bunch more threat. Six, right? So that's okay.
But I still have 4 momentum that I've added to the pool.
Yeah. Ooh. So that is going to be no crits, but 5 successes. So that's 3 extra.
Ow. Yeah.
You're probably going to need to spend one of those momentums to resist defeat.
I would like to do that. Yes. Yes, I would.
Yep.
Just quickly checking what resist defeat requires, what it does.
It costs, if I'm not mistaken, it costs a momentum, and then the next time it costs 2 momentum. The next time it costs 3 momentum. Maybe it's 2. Resisting.
No, yeah. When you first choose to resist defeat, it costs 1 point of momentum.
And then the next time, it costs 2.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And resisting defeat doesn't mean that you're, it's not so much a life or death situation. It's where it's being overcome.
Maybe I'm not reading it enough, but it just specifically says increases by the amount of equal to the quality of the asset.
Oh, so it doesn't scale up afterwards. Cool, that's good to know.
That's what I'm reading.
Okay. So it's just a play to burn through your momentum. All right, cool. So this is a little different in that there's no one has hit points. It's who scores what, and then it's who runs out of threat or momentum first to figure out in a one-on-one duel. That's usually what results in someone like actually losing.
And it causes me to suffer a complication.
Yes, you do need to suffer a complication. So it suffered a complication. Yeah, it suffered a complication because it beat you. You suffer a complication. It's like it's not even trying to kill you. So there's this scene as you're swinging your sword and it's dodging and it's very acrobatic, and it's a little kind of wushu.
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't fight the same way you have seen Bene Gesserit fight, but it has that same feel to it, where it's just like you've seen a Bene Gesserit fight for real before, and it's disturbing and superhuman.
Yep.
This thing is that, only it is less about precision and control and putting all the force of one's body and will into a single point. It's more just about chaos and limbs and impossible flexibility and moves that shouldn't be possible. And it probably even forgoes opportunities to get you. And you get a little bit distracted, and you don't realize it's pierced your shield until you feel the slice across your forehead and the blood begin to pour down into your eyes. And then it spends 2 more threat to book it.
I take my attack of opportunity.
No such thing. That was its turn. Who's next? You all saw Rennick book it.
Mm-hmm.
Tovar, you want to try and cut it off at the pass now?
Yep.
Okay.
But I don't want to fight the thing.
Good idea.
Well, I
I
guess
guess
my-
we give Rennick time to catch up, maybe.
Yeah.
who would be the most like who would it make sense to go after Rennick? Like, okay, this is obviously like a combat situation. Like, I feel like Lucia or Tovar would probably be like the most like sensible next person
Yeah,
up.
agreed. Agreed.
I mean, I have a dagger and prana bindu conditioning, but I'm not like a trained fighter.
Well, I mean, you
I'm
are.
like the softer skills of a Bene Gesserit.
I mean, you are, because all Bene Gesserit are. But yeah, you're not a frontline combatant by preference.
Yeah, I mean it's well, because of the way that I had to make characters.
Yeah.
It's just not.
You didn't take any of the additional things that make you an exceptionally good Bene Gesserit warrior,
Yeah.
but you are Bene Gesserit, which means that you're extremely deadly.
Tovar does have that rapid
Yeah,
maneuver.
Tovar is a quick
Tovar can
mover.
move quick, and he's been in scraps, so he's got a pistol. He can at least try and defend himself. So yeah, he will try and.
And you do have a pistol.
Yeah,
I
I
do
think
have a
Tovar,
pistol. Yes.
Tovar's the choice for next round,
Cool.
or rather this turn.
Yep.
The next move. Yep. So, he does have the rapid maneuver skill, which is reduce the difficulty of a skill test to reach a destination quickly on foot, or in combat. Reduce the amount of cost of moving an asset from an additional zone from 2 to 1.
Yeah. So you can move. You can just move your gun and therefore you one zone, or you could move it 2 at a cost of 1 momentum.
I think
How far
we'll move
away?
it 2
Or
to.
and to be clear, you could, I think, and for those in chat, we covered before, this is a relatively new system, and it's very similar to a system that I know a lot better, so sometimes I tend to bleed them over. I believe it's possible to spend momentum to take another action.
Is it? Because I would have done that.
Let me look at the dealio.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Why would I look it up? I may be getting that confused with the whole keep the initiative thing, which I think it may have simplified it down to this. Cool. So, in which case, we'll say that's true, and folks in YouTube later will tell us how we got the rules wrong. It did not boost away because it had taken its full action to engage you in combat.
So Tavar's going to go out the side entrance.
Yep. Sure.
Which, from what I gather, I can spend a momentum and basically move 2 zones to kind of get on the other side
Yep.
of it from where Rennick and
yep.
it are engaged.
We can establish another zone, which is the alley. So you move from the main room into the alley, which is 1 zone, and you can spend a momentum to move a second zone to get into the street with them.
Okay. On the other side.
On the other side, yes, for the fiction. Yeah.
Yep.
Cool. So that's what you do.
So
Yes.
just so I understand the mechanics, defeating this thing is an extended task.
Effectively,
Right.
yes.
Okay. Which means that the requirement is equal to the most appropriate skill of the character. Right?
Yep.
Each successful attack scores points equals to 2 plus the quality of the asset.
That's why it
for the
counts.
attack.
Yes. So it's actually, that counts as
So it's 4.
4.
Because-
Got it.
Because it's 2 plus the.
Got it. Yep. You're right.
You may spend 2 points of momentum to increase the quality of the asset by +1 for that attack only.
Got it.
I'm not going to bother that. That's in the past.
Yep.
Just something to think about in going forward.
Yep. Good.
I'm reading the rules now because
Good.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, I read them earlier today and they've obviously fallen out of my head. Cool.
I'm also sick.
I read them in
so
November.
Need the
so
refresher.
Yep.
That's well gone.
So you get so you are there boxing him in. Your side has another move.
Do you either of you want to attack them, or do you want me to come out too?
I thought that we can't attack. Like he used his action, I've used mine. So now it's neither of our turns anymore. Right.
I'm giving your side a chance to effectively keep the initiative for this round, basically.
Oh.
That's why you guys were able to act twice before it was able to act. So now you've acted once. So now either Tavar can take a second at increased difficulty, or one of the other two can do something.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
Yeah. It's a thing that I know you can do with a momentum spend. I'm just saying that the momentum is I'm waiving the momentum cost. Or else it just would have run and it would be far away by now. And would look like someone else and you would never find it.
It is about
Lucia, you
earlier.
for sure smell based answer, by the way.
Oh yeah.
Real stinky.
Oh, so about the question earlier, the keep the initiative. It's 2 momentum to, basically it's a binary. Like either you maintain initiative for yourself or you pass it to another person.
Right.
You can't do both.
Yes.
Yeah.
Your side gets to take another action as opposed to handing off, and that can include you.
Got it. Okay. So in that case, okay, so now I've lost track of where we are. So we're up
Tavar
to now
has just
either
moved as
Lucia
one of
or Orban.
Yeah. Or
Tavar has moved to box it in.
and Tavar can now act or can pass it to someone else.
Would you like to shoot it, or would you like one of us to come out?
Tavar is not the best fighter.
Yeah, if you shoot it, it's at an additional difficulty because you just took your turn.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
I think we get more.
What would Tavar do?
Tavar would hold his ground and get ready to try and outmaneuver it.
Okay, cool.
That's what Tavar would do.
So who is up next? It's either Lucia or Orban.
I think Orban.
Yeah.
Is,
I want to say that so Orban was, when all of this went down, because he wasn't like right there with the like Rennick and Lucia when they were like looking, when they're like talking to the fortune teller, he was probably just like milling around in the main area. So he saw like, you know, some random person like stick a hand through the main door, and like then he saw Rennick book it and then Tovar book it. So he's going after, and I think that as he's going, he is let me see, what do I want to do? Because he would not have seen the, you know, the fight that went down like
Outside, no.
Yeah, no.
You saw someone, you probably didn't even notice them, but then you heard a commotion from in the back room. You saw someone kind of leaning around the corner with some sort of device, and then that person booked it, and then right behind them, bursting through the beaded curtain, was Rennick. And then almost immediately thereafter, Tavar like knocked his chair over and ran out as well, but out the side door.
Yeah. Okay. I'm going to say that as I'm running out the door, I'm going to look at the ground like around me, and I am going, okay, here's what I want to do, and you please tell me if this is like bending the rules way too far.
You're looking to create an improvised weapon.
Huh?
You're trying to create an improvised weapon.
Yes,
Once
but
per
it's
scene,
not
yeah.
a weapon per se. What I want to do is I want to grab like from one of the people who are like deep in the throes of the Samuda ecstasy. I want to like grab an empty coin pouch of their like water tokens, and like as here's what I'm thinking. As I run out, I'm going to hold it up and point towards the person running down, and I'm going to shout down that like, "Stop, water thief." like as the person is running away. And my idea is the way this is a weapon is that it's like a social weapon that I'm trying to like engineer the crowd to get in the way of this person fleeing.
It is a stretch, but sure.
Okay.
And that is just something you can do. It is a quality 0 asset.
It's a quality 0 asset that I create at no cost that can be used in a personal or skirmish conflict.
Wow.
So I guess the idea here would be that, well, actually, that is kind of powerful. Let's just say that I grab a heavy looking pipe and I lift it up and grab it, because that feels more in the spirit of the actual skill. I grab a heavy pipe.
Assets are specifically objects, or an asset can also be a
assets
trait?
can be assets can
For
be
the same.
tangible or intangible, but the text of improvised weapon, it's an asset. Once per scene, you can create a quality 0 asset at no cost that can be used in a personal or skirmish conflict. So, which excludes duel, which excludes social and infiltration and stuff like that. So I think
Yeah. The more I think about it, the more I'm like, that just doesn't work. Okay, I
No,
grab.
I think it actually. I think
something-
it actually does. What I think doesn't work is using the asset on this turn. I think you maneuver.
Got it.
You can create that asset, but I think in terms of the timing, you just have enough time to pick it up, get the idea, and get outside before it has a chance to react. And then on your next turn, you actually have an asset that you can use as a weapon.
Got it. Okay, so actually, yeah, so that makes sense. So like the action, my turn here is creating the asset.
Well, it's moving and creating the asset. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna do that. I'm gonna grab like a coin purse and take a second, and that's why partly why I'm like third out the door is like I take a second, I look around, and I'm like, oh, that could work, and I grab it, and and then I like dart out the door to try and like
and then
take
just get a
scope
sense of what's going on. Reddick is
Yeah.
bleeding in the face. He's got the subtle blurring and whirring sound of a personal shield up. Tavar's just kind of skidding to a stop, coming out of the alleyway with his Mala pistol up. And there's this person bleeding, kind of also very assessing, and very clearly sees you pop out and looks kind of like happy and determined.
Okay.
Maybe a little bit insane.
Okay. I think so. Is that a skill test for me?
Nope.
For like, moving or anything?
You just
Okay.
move. Yep.
Okay. In that case,
And then it's the end of you guys' turn.
yeah.
Those two of you. What would it like to do? I think it would very much like to secure its escape. And I think to do that, it's going to go through Tavar. So I think what it would like to do is...
Probably do that quite easily.
I think it just wants to knock you out. In the fiction, I think what it's going to try to do is just with its incredibly powerful limb that's getting larger and more ropily muscled as you watch, just kind of rush towards you and just like forearm you right in the neck.
It's becoming Mr. X.
Yep. I am going to spend 1 threat because you look like you can be taken down. It fails. I rolled a 17. I rolled a 17, 18, and 19.
Wow.
Lucky.
And so, and it perhaps doesn't realize how fast on his feet Tavar is, and just kind of sees guy coming up with a gun. It's like I can take care of this, and and like over telegraphs its action.
Goes for the haymaker.
Yeah, and Tavar very easily just kind of does a little hop, skip, and jump and dodges out of the way. Cool.
Nimble.
Yeah. All right. I will spend 2 more threat.
Uh-huh.
And it's gonna book it. Now it's gonna do it. Basically, it spent the threat to keep the initiative. So we're left with Lucia.
This is now 3 zones away.
Yeah.
From Lucia.
Yeah.
I can't do anything about moving to get out there, I don't think. But I could observe Orobon's idea. So I think what I'm going to do is amplify the stop. It's a water thief. And I also want to imbue it with the voice.
So what you will need to do is you will need to move and spend 2 momentum to get out to the street. Then you will need to spend to keep the initiative.
That's too many.
To use the voice to call the crowd down on this fleeing miscreant. It could be extraordinarily useful, to be clear.
Yeah, but that's all the momentum we have. If it turns to attack one of us, we can't get out of this situation.
Yeah. Well, I mean, you can certainly, moving and spending the momentum to get out there is a no-brainer. And then you can assess the situation. It is now further down the street, which is another zone that we're establishing. So you've got Tavar and Rennick relatively near street near the entrance. And then you got further down the street where it is. So it's effectively a zone away from them. And you now.
It's 1 zone away from Tovar and 2 from me?
No,
Or
you guys
1?
were basically in the same zone.
Okay.
Zones
Yeah,
don't have they have a
farther
narrative space. It's like out in front of the place is the zone. And you moved 2 zones so you could get from beside the place to out in front of the place. So
Okay.
Could this be... Oh, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was thinking that if this... So, like, trying to get the crowd to corral him in, this is by definition a bold action. If we succeed, then we could... Like, that's a move if you pass, you can move one of the opposing character's assets. I was thinking if we could say that, like, oh, if it works, we can get basically limit the movements, like move him back closer, a zone closer to us.
yeah. I don't know if it lets you move enemies or not, but it certainly lets you move. Does it move any asset, or does it move like one of the player's assets?
Move one of an opposing character's assets.
Oh no, then that would yeah. He's got a weapon. You basically move his weapon.
Got it.
What do y'all think?
It's utility, but it may not help take it down.
It might help it from getting away, and it getting away is certainly not going to take it down.
The momentum that we have is not going to really help us if it gets away.
Right.
Yeah. I could help Rennick stay with it.
Mm-hmm.
That's about as far as my contribution.
Yep. So I say go big or go home.
Do what you want. You can always feed him threat.
Yeah.
That can't go
Okay,
wrong.
let's do it.
He just spent a
Whatever.
lot, so...
Yep. Cool.
I'm gonna get out there.
Okay, so you get out there. with the cost of 2 momentum to move an extra zone, and then you spend 2 momentum to keep the initiative since we're...
We only had 2 momentum.
Oh, okay. So give
I
me...
thought we had 4.
3.
We had 2.
Okay. So this doesn't work.
No, it works perfectly. Then you give me 2 threat. Because it's risky. But then you go ahead and use the voice. I'm going to say these are common people. I think difficulty 1.
Well, and they're already inclined to go after a water thief.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I was probably you heard me like starting to gasp out the words like as I'm coming out.
Yeah.
And like it was probably really clear like what I was trying to do.
Super obvious.
Yeah.
And Orban is there with we'll say ordinarily it would be difficulty 2, but because you have the asset that you're using, it reduces it to difficulty 1, enabling Lucia to make it easier to use the voice on the crowd and have them effectively.
Okay. Sure. Let's do that. I'm going to use the voice on the crowd, which I think I need to do a roll for.
Yes.
It's a communicate test.
Yes.
Do you think that neurolinguistics might apply here?
Yeah.
Since it's like implanting an idea on them.
Sure.
Is this something Lucia would be determined to make happen?
Forgot about that.
Sorry, can you...
You have a determination point. You can choose to roll a 1.
Yep.
By spending that determination point.
Yeah. Determination allows you, among other things, to take one of your... It's a little different than Star Trek, where it gives you a die that has already rolled a 1. This one just lets you say, one of my die is automatically a 1.
Yeah. Okay, well then that would be a crit. And then we'd have some more momentum.
But is this something she would be determined to do?
Oh yeah, she doesn't want a face dancer to get away.
Yeah. I'm gonna think it's duty. Which is not super, but looking at your drive statements, and it has to align with one of your drive statements, if I'm not mistaken, in order for determination spend to in this case, using determination not to be taken out, for example, is another situation. So that is going to give you a target of 12 with a crit range of 6. One of your die is a crit.
Yeah.
And you have a chance of rolling another. Assuming you don't want to give me any more threat for additional die.
Yeah. Well, so if I give you... I can add 1 to 3 points of threat to score the same number of automatic successes.
Yeah, it's true.
So do I want to roll it and risk not getting the less than 12? Or
you're going to succeed.
Right, you have a guaranteed
regardless,
success.
because you're guaranteed to beat the difficulty of 1 with that determination.
But we might
spend.
get a complication if I actually roll.
Well, you still have to roll. It doesn't forestall the necessity of your roll. It just means on the roll you can set one of your die to a 1. You still have to roll the other one.
Okay.
It does mean that buying more die, for example, is probably not the best thing to do.
Yeah, okay. I won't do it. I'm just going to roll it.
Except that it could get you momentum.
I have the crit.
Okay, cool.
That's all I got.
It is successful. So Orban is kind of like, with the...
wait. No, I have another success. Right?
What
Do
did
I
you
get
roll?
to choose which one?
What did you roll?
I have 14 and a 9.
So one of your dice is a 1 of your
Yeah.
determination.
Yeah,
So
and typically
you set
that
to 1 and set it aside, and then roll 1 dice.
it was
and
a
that's
14. Yeah, you
Okay.
don't roll 2 and then pick 1. It's just you say I have 2 dice. One of them is a 1. I'm going to roll the other one, and you rolled the other one. It was a 14. It's still a success.
Whatever.
Which gets you a momentum because you beat it by 1.
Yep.
And it is quite successful. You don't need to spend any threat So you're using the voice narratively, but you didn't have to even use the talent because you spent determination instead, which means you didn't give me more threat. And everyone perks up, which is, I think, really, really useful. They don't have any ability to resist. And because you didn't give me threat, you didn't make it more overt than it needed to be. Mm-hmm. I will say that for Tavar and Rennick, you both feel the effect. Mm-hmm. Probably enough to realize the subtlety of what it is that she's doing. Oreban just feels much more confident. Like you believe you're just about to spout out about, no, he stole my water tokens. Like, yeah, oh, he really did. You just become suddenly very convinced of your own lie.
Suddenly my wallet.
Yeah, exactly. But yes, everyone within hearing distance turns and can see Lucia pointing at this slightly misshapen individual. So I will say that they are an environmental effect that it is going to have to try to overcome should it decide to attempt to escape. It is not going to try to attempt to escape. You see the grin on its face falter. And maybe it faltered a little bit when it failed to smack Tavar, but its goal was achieved and that it got you out of the way. But as the crowd kind of gathers and starts moving toward this creature, it turns and looks at all of you very ferally and kind of snarls. And it's going to fling itself at, I think it's going to fling itself at, no.
Tavar's closest, but
Tavar's
if it's a face dancer,
closest.
It might have heard the voice.
I'm its natural enemy. I mean.
Yep. Cool. I will spend.
If it were a ranger,
I will spend 4 momentum. That's right, 4 threat. 2 to maneuver an extra zone, and then 2 to keep the initiative. And then I will spend 3 more threat to gain extra die. As it just goes all out at Lucia.
It does.
And as its jaw begins to broaden, and you can even see stubble starting to poke out on its face, you can hear it hissing, "Witch!" as it just flings itself toward you.
Thanks for the major boon.
No, Kelly, that was a misclick. You definitely meant Bane, right?
Totally.
Gonna need that. Thanks.
I am not kidding, guys. I rolled a 1, which is a crit. I rolled a 5, which is a crit. And I rolled 2 red hot 20s.
2 complications.
Now,
we get to decide the complications, or
no. I don't think it's going to matter. So then the overall effect is that it's going to get some licks in. You are going to want to spend a momentum to not be taken out.
Okay, I do that. My momentum from earlier.
Yes.
We had 3, so now it's 2.
Oh, I thought you spent the momentum.
You spent the momentum to move the extra zone.
Extra space. And then do the
and then
got one back.
And you got one back. That's why you have 1.
And then,
okay.
Yeah.
I'm just not good at accounting for momentum, apparently.
Yes. So good. Yes, you have the single momentum to spend to not be taken out. So it does get you are. It moves very, very quickly, and it is not fighting to avoid being injured. It is simply trying to do as much damage as it possibly can before the inevitable occurs. So you see just a look of hatred and resignation in its humanish face as it flies in a rage at you. But you are able to control your body.
I'm bleeding less than I should.
Yes. So how would you, because you now have a move, you can give me threat to take a second move. It is not going to be able to, well, we'll see. But it is no longer trying to defend itself, basically. It's literally just trying to cause trouble. So tell me what you guys do about this.
We need to know who sent it, I think. What's it doing here? Why is it doing this?
I could hit it again and find out.
You think the answer will just like pop
Yeah,
out of its
I don't
mouth?
think that part, that's a little bit too much for that kind of information because it's, but
I mean, I'm all for you hitting it because it's going to kill us.
Yeah.
If
it's really more of a question of whether we think it makes sense for Rennick to be the one to take it out or whether it makes sense for Lucia to, the complication to being like, for example, Lucia sees, oh, I can turn this thing off if I need to. Or both. It has left itself vulnerable to Rennick, and Lucia, in observing it, can just say a little bit of pressure therapy, and this thing's going to be taken care of.
which one do we think? Like,
I get to make a trait that represents some knowledge or insight gained about my opponent after I win the conflict against it.
True.
So, and that's
Cool.
in addition to the momentum that I could possibly spend.
Then do it. You're
Let's
in the
go.
same zone.
We are? Okay. I would like to spend my determination to
Turn to take one of your die and put it down as a 1.
I was actually going to say to create an asset of quality 1 called like combating face dancer, like I've learned how to fight it
Sure.
more efficiently.
Yeah.
So it reduces the difficulty of
Okay.
the roll.
Sure.
So like it's quality 1. So yeah. So that would be what
It's an intangible. It's an intangible asset that you have created that makes it. That is a. No, I remembered my training.
Mm-hmm.
So that means it's going to be a difficulty 1 roll.
Just wanted to make sure that I don't like fail too badly. Battle and duty again.
Yeah, for sure.
I want to spend a threat.
Yep.
Because I want to make sure.
Yep.
We get this thing.
Do we want to use the major boon also?
Mm,
We still have one.
maybe.
From Kelly.
Oh, then
Like
don't use your determination then.
Okay. Okay. So
Ooh,
the major boon could be like the quality 0 version of that thing.
Yeah,
maybe.
basically.
Or that it's focused on Lucia.
Yeah. Yeah, it's basically a transient trait that reduces the difficulty, which
Sure.
is I suddenly remembered a lesson I took that I never thought I was going to have to use.
So 3 dice. I'm gonna.
Or you can use your determination here and make
I'm going to
one.
use my determination to
Okay.
make one of them a crit. So I'm
Excellent.
going to roll 2 dice.
Cool.
Okay. We're going to get a lot of momentum.
So you're going to succeed.
Very fitting for Rennick.
I succeed twice because the threshold was 16.
Perfect.
But with an additional 2 from the crit.
Yeah.
So 4. And it's a difficulty
1.
So that's 3 momentum
Yep.
gained, plus the 2 that I get to spend to create a knowledge or insight gained about the opponent. What do y'all think about like? I recognize its fighting style, or like figure that like there's part of it that we can like trace to a faction or something. More than just the Bene Tiliacs.
Well, let me tell you what happens as I
okay.
spend the remainder of my threat
Oh gosh.
to avoid being taken out.
Okay.
It is like it's at 0 hit points, or it's like a 1 hit point, whatever. It is up, but it's not unconscious.
I would like to spend momentum to increase the damage by 1.
Increase the quality of your weapon by
Weapon
1.
by 1 to increase the damage. So it's now 5 damage instead of 4.
So yes, it powerful blow, and it struggles to get up. It is taken out, but it was on the cusp, so it is not dead. It is merely gravely wounded, and you can see its wounds trying to knit together.
I would like to spend 2 momentum to inflict a lasting defeat, or whatever it's called.
Lasting injury.
Lasting injury.
Sure.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it's going to have to be an intangible injury because
I chop off its legs, or I don't know, like.
I mean, it can grow them back. Yeah, or something.
I take my kinjal like out of the back sheath and like pin it to the ground.
Yes.
Something like that.
Yes.
Yeah.
So, it's not going anywhere. It is still conscious and writhing, but it is no longer capable of attacking back. So you are so you have defeated it. You are creating information, a trait that represents, or an asset that represents what you know about it.
Yeah. Well, first, like table talk. Do you think it's more valuable to answer 2 questions, or create a trait about what we've learned?
I can tell you that creating something that tells you what you know is more likely to be useful.
Okay.
And suits the narrative more.
I was going to suggest that one.
Okay.
Because we can come up with good questions to ask, but they'd be less directed than that.
Does it still have the gun on it?
It wasn't.
I was thinking
it wasn't actually a gun. So let me. I'm going to impose a little bit of narrative. The opposite of veto. I'm going to take control of it for a second.
Okay.
Great time.
So, Reddick pulls this thing off of Lucia as it just kind of claws at you, and Lucia doing a very, very good job of blocking, so suffering no lasting ill. Pulls it off, just pops out the sword, reverses it, and stabs down at it, kicks it on the ground, uses your dagger to like pin it through the shoulder to the ground so it can't get up, and then stands back and kicks its blade off of one hand and clicks, and you grab the weird little pipe with the little cylinder on it. It's not a gun. It's like a pneumatic blow dart kind of situation. Kind of take that and move it, just making sure that it doesn't have any weapons at hand as it sits there and writhes, and black bile bubbles out of its oily something, bubbles out of its mouth as it looks wildly around. As you are kicking its gear away, its jacket opens, and some pouches you notice that it had kind of concealed under its jacket. They look familiar. The substance inside looks very familiar.
Mm-hmm.
Is it Samuda?
Lucia bends down to look at it, and it definitely looks like Samuda. But with Lucia's refined senses, it isn't. It's very close.
Synthetic.
Ah,
To casual observer, it certainly is, but with your ability to like detect molecules and things with the sense of smell, and maybe even like you take a little, based on your suspicion, you can metabolize it into something harmless and then analyze it as you do so. It is 100% synthetic.
ah.
Any reason to keep this thing alive? Can it
Need
be
to know who's
killed?
done it.
I think it can for sure be killed.
Okay.
Who sent you?
It will struggle and will look. I can tell you anything that you want to know.
Who sent you?
Free me, not here. There are eyes everywhere. Free me, treat my wounds, see to it that I can leave this accursed place safely, away from these infidels, and I will tell you everything that I know.
On a scale from 1 to it's lying. I'm basically asking for an insight check.
Sure.
9.5 by my estimation.
Difficulty 4.
Oh, jeez.
Oof.
They are, by canon, very good at lying.
Very cagey. Okay, I think that I would be trying with truth.
Yeah.
Here.
Yeah.
And then maybe understand?
To understand, yeah.
Okay. Sure. Okay, so it's difficulty 4. I don't think we have any momentum left, right?
We don't. I used the last 2
Yep.
to make sure that it doesn't flee.
And I don't have determination. So there's no way unless I got 2 crits.
I can always just kill it and look through the pouches.
Or give him more threat.
I currently have none.
What, you're going to interrogate a face dancer?
Yeah, this seems like
No, Rennick actually says that. What,
Okay.
You're going to interrogate a face dancer?
In an open street.
And by the way, the crowd around you goes, face dancer!
Mm-hmm.
You're right. Kill it.
No, but...
Yep.
Yes. You probably chop off its head.
Mm-hmm. And then chop that, just to make sure.
Yep. Yep. And it, as I believe this is true, and if not, I'm just making it up, or maybe this is a special edition of Face Dancers. I think it reverts in death to its natural form, which is sort of a creepy golem-like, a gendered, amorphous featured, gray, hairless. Ugh.
No, I'm pretty sure that's accurate.
Yeah. Doesn't look, it's clearly humanoid, but doesn't really look human in death.
Should proof.
Yep. Well, it's proof to the authorities that there's a face dancer here.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe we should not be here when it's discovered.
Because who are the
Yeah.
authorities?
Uh-huh.
Opponents.
Yeah. So,
Tovar has already sized up the best way to move unseen the heck out of here and make the way back to the safe house.
It's also proof to the people watching on the street that there was a face dancer, and if it just gets brushed under the rug, another reason to hate Harkonnens.
Sure. Yeah.
So-
But you'll be in a Harkonnen prison or a pain chamber, so you'll get to enjoy that sense of righteousness. You are saved from having to worry about that by Rachera. She heard the ruckus from her apartment on the second floor, and it has just had enough time to kind of come down see you, recognize you, see all these other people, see a dead thing in the street, see people running around going, face dancer. And she disappears. Go ahead.
If I see her, I speak up. I say, "It killed the Oracle."
She comes back with a couple of burly men, maybe kitchen workers. They toss a spice fiber blanket over the body, wrap it up, bundle it off into the alley. Someone else, a woman, comes out and begins sweeping the street, like specifically sweeping dust into the area where the blood has leaked. And Richera will get off the street now.
Yeah.
We'll see to this.
Yeah.
She motions you into the Oasis.
Once I'm in the Oasis, I turn off the shield.
Cool. Upstairs. Go.
We go upstairs.
All right. It's
I
actually
toss the wallet back to whoever I stole it from.
right. Who's like super zoned out and didn't notice any of it. So in just you only have a few moments to absorb the actually fairly opulent, think like silken caravan tent and like a lovely crystal decanter with water in it. I mean, there's apparently a lot of wealth that has accumulated with Richera. But at the same time, it's dusty and small and slightly cramped. But someone has gone to a great deal of effort to give it the veneer of opulence. And she pops back up. What did you bring to my house, Tovar?
It was already here.
Face dancers?
It's the first time I've ever seen anything like that.
Dealing synthetic Samuda.
There may be further clues on it, but don't dispose of the body quite yet.
Well, that answers one question. Why all my customers are getting sick.
And the second question of why the hell we're here.
Well, how did you learn about the synthetic stuff, the bad stuff? I thought it was just bad batch. I was about to have a word with you about it.
This is an honor. I learned about this about 5 minutes ago, and it was confirmed on the body of whatever the hell that thing is.
It
It
tastes wrong.
I mean, you look at the customers, they're not normal addicts, and it looks like they're being laced with something.
Yeah, I had a bunch of people tell me that they could get the stuff for cheaper or free, and then I had a few people come in sick, saying something about the Samuda they had wasn't right. I mean, I looked at it as a blessing that they were coming back. But something wasn't right with them. And I checked around with some of the other folks that I know. I mean, we're competition, but we do stay in contact, and none of them was behind it.
I don't yet know what it does to people, but it's
Well,
not the real deal.
Gets them all strung out if they don't keep using it, or if they don't. It seems like if they go back to using the real thing, they're kind of okay. But I've seen a few people on the streets in the past couple of days that are real messed up.
Likely, who's ever behind this is behind what happened to the supply chain incident.
They wanted to push people onto the fake stuff.
Yep.
Well, what are we going to do about it?
Lucia, is there a way that one of a normal person could tell the difference between the real stuff and the fake stuff?
A normal person. Do I think that there is, narrator?
You think that a typical not knowing what the effects are and how closely the effects mirror actual Samuda intoxication, it's a guess, but it wouldn't be very effective if people used it and immediately could tell this is somehow wrong. It's almost certain that the unusual or aberrant effect is not apparent until someone comes down from it. And based on what's being described, it sounds like the primary difference is that there is a sick feeling that can only be relieved by continuing to use, which is distinct from people keep using Samuta because they want to.
Not because they're addicted to it.
It's a psychological addiction and likely physiological addiction, but there's not severe sickness style withdrawal.
Yeah. They're not gonna, yeah. Okay.
Yeah. They're not gonna go stab people for a little bit of water coinage to be able to afford their next fix.
So then to answer your question, Oraban, there's nothing until afterward.
Yeah.
Well,
Somebody's
then,
gone through great lengths to flood this market with a synthetic knockoff and also cripple the normal supply methods. We still don't know why. We still don't know who.
It seems like it's targeted at us, but also, do I think this is a private enough place to tell them what I found out at the library, the stuff that I can share with them?
Yeah. I mean, Richera is right there, but yes. I mean, it's otherwise it's very private.
I think I'm okay with Richera knowing that the Harkonnen are probably trying to control the populace in this particular way.
Well, someone is. They.
well, we just, I mean, if we can point people to a supplier of known good material, that might be, keep people safe in the meantime.
Not if the fake stuff's cheaper. Not if they're just giving it away.
If it's free, we can't compete with that. Or
Where are they getting it?
I don't know.
Is that okay?
it seems like someone targeted us so that the legitimate supply would become more expensive because it's harder to get it here. And then they flooded the market with a cheaper supply.
I presume the cheaper stuff is still getting smuggled in. So,
Maybe. Look, if I wanted to take over someone's territory, which I don't, but if I wanted to take over someone's territory by pushing a fake substance, knockoff, to use your words, yeah, I would for sure make sure that it would be harder to get the real deal, and then I would make the fake stuff cheaper. Just logic.
Supply and demand.
I have a quality 1 corporate spy as an asset, which I've always had.
Yes.
Is that enough to maybe figure out in the Spacing Guild who is getting fake Samuda here?
Yes. It is. Well, it's sort of. And with, Tavar has contacts, Richera has contacts. But you reach out. So we'll do a little bit of a montage of you guys waiting. A few guards do show up, having had some panicked person saying there's a monster attacking. Richera very deftly, it's like, someone was just a little bit, they should have come in and then take care of it. Playing her persona up to the hilt. the Harkonnen guards they don't care about solving problems. They just they see that there's nothing for them to deal with, so they poke their heads in and then leave. So there's a little bit of time of conversation and kind of theorizing, and I would say that based on that conversation, certainly Lucia, given your theorizing about the motivation behind all this, it is unlikely you had operated under the assumption that this was all about somehow undercutting the position of House Alaka. But the moment that you step out of being invested in House Alaka and think of it more as a political or power dynamic, the impact to House Alaka is likely immaterial.
Collateral damage.
Because House Alaka is the supplier of the real thing. There are so many ways that people could act against House Alaka. I'm going to say it would become apparent after just a little bit of contemplation for Lucia that this is all about saturating the market here with the counterfeit. And that can be very easily sped up by eliminating the supply of the real deal, driving more and more people to the counterfeit.
Mm.
So you reach out to your corporate contact at CHOAM, Spacing Guild, whatever, or CHOAM, and then they can contact the Spacing Guild just to, inquire subtly if anyone else has picked up the slack. Has anyone been stockpiling or moving large quantities of samuta here? The answer is no. And you trust this answer. No one has moved large quantities of samuta smuggled since the last time you guys did.
So it's being made on planet?
However, there were 4 unusual items that were imported about a month and a half ago. Mechanical devices. Tanks, if you will.
And who moved them?
That information is unknown because the bribe was substantial.
Okay.
But yes, the information you have is that the material is being manufactured here on Arrakis.
Great.
Somebody with a lot of money wants fake samuta to be made here on Arrakis and distributed amongst the population.
Fake, highly addictive.
Which weakens the population, making them...
Sounds like Harkonnens to me. Best way to cut the guild out is make it on site. Then you just need to source the raw materials.
It could be. Or it could be a rival of the Harkonnens that wants their workers to not be... wants their workers to be preoccupied with getting their next high.
Yep.
Would the Harkonnens care? Like if they have to burn through the workforce, 15% faster than they normally would, like, would they care? They would. I don't know that they would.
I don't think they would, but I do think that if it's somebody from off-world, they might be trying to make the Harkonnen appear especially cruel brutal. They might be trying to destabilize their rule here.
Could be that. Could be the. Yeah, I'm only saying this because it would occur, especially based on the information that Lucia got from the archivist. It could also be that the Harkonnens, not known for patience, had tried pushing Samuta into the population to keep them more docile, and it didn't work to their liking. So they thought they would go with something that was a little bit more addictive.
Yeah, that's possible.
That would meet the facts equally.
So it could be the Harkonnen themselves. It could be a rival house like Atreides, although this doesn't seem their style. Or it could be the Emperor.
Yeah.
If the Emperor wanted to move Arrakis to a different house, he would need at least some pretext.
And this would give him an opportunity to claim that the Harkonnen aren't producing adequate results.
If spice production were to fall, that is
Which it
certainly the
hasn't
case. That would certainly be the case. If spice production didn't fall, the fact that the Harkonnens are brutal, if that were sufficient to have the Emperor hand Arrakis to another house, that would have happened generations ago. Well, certainly within the past decades.
If this stuff is especially addictive, what happens if they suddenly cut off the supply? Like, that would cause production to fall drastically.
Exactly.
Especially if there's no alternative.
Mm-hmm.
And especially if the workers are very weak when they can't have any.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I will say this. You know that nothing is ever simple. And it can 100% be a tool that is being used in favor of a Harkonnen aim that also has
Mm-hmm. Yeah. The Emperor might be capitalizing on incompetence.
Well, and anyone or Emperor or anyone who would be assisting, it would be wise if anyone is collaborating with the Harkonnens for them to create a safety measure, a way of ensuring that whatever deal is in place is lived up to.
Such as the people who make these face dancers, perhaps.
Or whoever paid for it.
Yeah. It takes a lot of money to get a face dancer.
Mm-hmm.
Money or interest.
A very good political reason.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Very good political reason. So I think we are going to end in a very ambiguous place. You understand now more about the attack on your house. You understand that it seems likely that you guys weren't even the target. That there's something else going on that is even more complicated than it seemed just this morning when you arrived on Arrakis for the first time. Since then, you have learned, one of you has learned that this place is a powder keg. That some of the very programming that the Bene Gesserit have implanted in the populace is at risk of running out of control. And in the midst of this, someone is making a play to have leverage over the general population of Arrakeen in a way that is at least a double-edged sword. If swords had more edges, it could be that too. If swords could have 3, it could be a triple-edged sword. But this thing could cut in multiple ways. You don't know who, you don't know why, but you do know that aside from whatever forces are at work, you are almost certainly the only people who know. And you are all alone in the center of the universe, this ratty, smelly, dusty planet called Dune. And I think we'll end there. So, not super satisfying wrap up, but where do you end endless centuries of strife and intrigue?
And we have an after credit scene of the four of us flying our ornithopter just over the dunes.
Yes.
That's it. That's just the after credit scene.
After credit. Oh, I love it. I love it. We roll credits, and then the after credit scene is the, we'll say, late evening sky of Arrakis. Sun is down, but the very, very high cirrus clouds are catching a little bit of the light. Maybe there's a little bit of a sandstorm brewing in the far, far distance. We see, some of the, maybe in the far distance, the shield wall that protects Arkeen, and maybe just a few little white spires of the palace, but in the far, far away. And then, yes, one of those insectile ornithopter making its way toward a group of robed individuals standing on the sand.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Which is the next logical step for you guys to take. So,
yeah.
Yes.
But it also gives that same kind of ambiguity, but
yes.
a little bit more.
I love
resolved.
it. I love it.
Yeah.
Great suggestion. Cool. So, hey guys, you should probably let people know who you are and where people can find you and stuff. We'll start with Duck this time.
Oh, hi. I'm Duck. Find me over on twitch.tv/duckwark. I am currently sick, and I am very surprised that I made it through this session. That's it. I had a whole lot of fun. Thanks for having me.
What you own this, Doc. I'm Rith. You can find me here, maybe in future adventures on C+ content. Otherwise, that I will be supporting the fellow streamers you see on this screen and other friends of C+ content all around Twitch.
Hey, everybody. I'm Chev. You can usually find me hanging out in somebody's chat, and every couple times a week I stream myself playing card games on the internet. And if you want to find a chill place to come and look at a cute cat, listen to some music, then stop on by. Hope you all have a good night. Thanks for listening.
Hi, I'm Hell. You can find me on my Twitch channel, Hell Hath Some Fury. I'm going to be calmly playing Dark Souls 2, which is probably a sentence you've never heard before. But we like to learn stuff. If you have niche interests and you want to come share information with us, we're about that. We like to have very educational conversations over on my channel, and I think we'll have a really good time. So I hope you have a good rest of your whatever time it is you're watching this.
Awesome. My niche interest is octopodes. Anyway, so I am Zero or Zero Daylight or Michael or DM or GM or narrator or master of ceremonies or keeper or whatever the system requires. I run games here a couple times a week usually. I think we're just kind of getting back into the swing of things. I'm just getting my head around the schedule. But we have some fun stuff coming up. I think unless things go sideways, the next time you will see us here is on Thursday, where we are starting our Avatar RPG. It is a Powered by the Apocalypse. It was kickstarted recently. I don't yet have my hands on the full rules, so we're going to be using the quick start rules. And Misha is going to be running that one, which I'm super excited about. And I actually get to play, which is good because I don't know the IP that well. I mean, I've seen, Last Airbender and stuff like that, but I don't remember it. So Misha knows a lot better. So that'll be really, really awesome to come check out. And then I think Saturday, it seems like we're going to finally finish Star Wars. I don't think everyone has chimed in, but it looks like so far we'll finally be able to get that third episode where see if everyone gets blown up by a thermal detonator in the middle of the sands of Tatooine or not. And then other stuff is happening, but those are the things that come to my head. And I think Sunday we'll be back on Juices TV and Lissa T for our long-running D&D program. We had another person this time our planned guest ghost go out with the world is on fire. People are dropping like flies. So some chaos in the schedule is bound to result. But we're back, we're running, and we will see you guys soon. We should probably raid somebody. I suspect people are around. Does anyone have any suggestions?
Let me go to my list.
Because I don't know everyone. I don't see. I think I've got Willow and Zam are friends and cast members, former guest stars. Does anybody have any other suggestions though? Because they both got like tons of people in.
Those are the ones that I would suggest.
Let's go hit up Zam again. He needs people to annoy him and bully him and make fun of him. Plus, he's playing Stream Raiders, and Stream Raiders is a fun game. You should go check out Zam, make fun of him, make him eat animal crackers. Hopefully, he has the Kinnick ones that are really disgusting and taste like sand. Check out his burbs and give him a follow if you don't already. Cool. Hey, Kanisha's here. Didn't see ya. All right.
Another one of the players.
Yes. Oh, yes. And you can see me and Duck and Kanisha, who is in chat. If Duck is feeling well enough, fingers crossed.
Pretty sure I will.
Tomorrow evening for episode 7,000 or whatever it is now of Crescent Shroud.
15, I think.
Wow.
15 or 14. Yeah.
Where there will be no rats.
Nope.
But there will be horrifying other things that we weren't expecting.
I'm hoping for mimics.
No, worse than that. Worse than that. The most unpleasant person that we've ever learned of in life is now dead and back. Kind of.
Oh yeah.
Like he like we didn't know him in life, but he would have been really intolerable in life. Like we hate that guy, and now we have to deal with his friggin' ghost.
But now he can't die, so it's gonna be extra fun.
It's fine. It's fine. We can just leave all of our employees to die. It only costs 7,000 gold. That's not ours. So yeah, we're in trouble. We're in trouble, guys. That's all I'm trying to say. So come check us out and watch us stumble our way to not all dying. Cool. All right, about to raid. Thanks everybody. Bye all.
Bye.